full-time.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure. Escape, brought to you by the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York and the independent marketers of Richfield gasolines, motor oils, and other petroleum products. Look for the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps.
Tonight, we escape to the interior of China and a journey of terror down the Yangtze River from Chongqing to Shanghai, as John and Gwen Bagni tell it in their gripping story of a people in turmoil, the Shanghai Document.
The Yangtze River is a gray gash through the heart of China, the artery that pulsates day and night with displaced humanity. From Chongqing to Shanghai, it's 1,500 crooked miles through deep-gutted gorges. But for those of us who took the steamer downriver in those frantic months just after the war, it was a voyage dominated by fear and intrigue and danger. It started in the saloon of the 10 Golden Pieces over a glass of gin, in the company of the man whose face wore many racial strains, but no pride of ancestry and no hope for his descendants, and no name, as far as I could discover, other than the Eurasian.
The word re-echoes in the marketplace that you desperately seek transportation to Shanghai.
The word is correct. The word is also correct that I'm stranded.
One wonders if you lack money.
No. I lack influence.
One knows of a way to Shanghai.
What? You know of a way?
Have you the courage to attempt the Yangtze in a junk?
Well, at this point, I would consider doing it in a canoe.
One hears of a junk that is obtainable for a price.
Well, how much?
One can always make a deal.
Where is this junk? Can I see it?
It's on the opposite bank of the Kialing at the dock at Kiangpei.
Could I rent it or could I hire it?
You would have to buy it.
Buy it? Well, I couldn't navigate it myself.
I have thought of that. The owner would take you to Shanghai, where you would, in gratitude, return the junk to him as a gift.
Oh, I see. I buy it here and give it back to him in Shanghai. Ha! That's a cute wrinkle.
You do not favor the wrinkle?
Oh, no. Don't get me wrong. If I can get out of Chongqing, I'm crazy about it. Come on, let's go.
One moment. The money. It must be in American dollar.
Oh, well, of course.
Then, as you say, okay, let's go.
We slogged through the slime of the gutters. The night was misty. The chill wind carried with it the stench of the river. And it carried, too, the unforgettable stench of poverty and death. The Eurasian led me down the 1,000-stone steps to the waterfront, where a sampan ferried us across to the suburb known as Kiangpei. There, at an ill-lit makeshift dock, the Eurasian talked to a wizened coolie while I inspected the junk.
Ta Ding Haining?
Well, what's the matter? What's he saying?
He does not wish to take you.
Oh, well, you can tell him it's okay with me. Junk's a good name for this boat. It's exactly what it is. I wouldn't risk my life in it back in the Arkansas River.
Oh, wait. Where are you going?
Back across the river, Chongqing.
But you are anxious to get to Shanghai.
Not that anxious.
But what about my commission?
Look, I didn't buy the boat, did I?
I've gone to a good deal of trouble for you tonight. You have money?
Look, I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Oh, no.
Huh?
You don't leave me like
Hey,
this.
wait a minute.
Lie still.
Huh?
I said lie still.
Who are you? Where is that? Oh, my back. He broke my back.
Your back's not broken. Take your shirt off.
Huh?
I'm a doctor.
Oh, How did I get here?
A dirty man in a white suit brought you.
Yeah, the Eurasian.
He said he found you in the street.
He did, huh? Why, Hey, wait a minute. My money. My money is gone.
Turn over on your
No,
stomach.
wait a minute.
Lie face down, please.
Huh?
Now, where does your back hurt?
All over.
Here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What about here?
No.
Well, it's nothing, just a pulled ligament.
Oh.
Sprain. I'll get my bag and tape it for you.
You're an American, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Kansas.
No kidding. So am I. Wichita.
What happened to you tonight? Saloon brawl?
No. I guess I was just a little too anxious to get to Shanghai. I was even considering a leaky junk down the Yangtze.
Why do you want to go to Shanghai?
I'm correspondent. That's where the big story is today.
Well, if you want to go, why don't you take the river steamer?
Oh, that's funny. I've only been trying for months to get a ticket on the thing.
Lie still, please. Now inhale.
All right.
Exhale. Hold it.
All right.
I want this adhesive to be good and tight.
Yeah.
You know, I'm taking the boat to Shanghai tomorrow.
You are?
Don't talk, please.
All right.
I didn't have any trouble getting a ticket.
Yeah, but...
Hold still, please.
Mhm.
This tape isn't tight. It won't do you any good. Got to have connections in China today. I was lucky. I've been out here 6 years. I know a lot of people. There. Is that too tight?
Well, it's tight.
And that's the way you want it.
Yeah, well, feels a lot better.
That'll do the trick, though. You'll have to keep it on at least a week.
Yeah. Well, how much do I owe you, Doc?
Oh. Make it a pack of cigarettes.
Ow, that's pretty high. As a matter of fact, I haven't got quite a full pack, but well, you can have it. Here.
Thanks.
What do they call you back in Kansas?
Well, in Kansas, they call me Jane Roma. In China, I'm known as Girl Doctor. You know, I was just thinking, if you're really serious about wanting to go to Shanghai,
Serious?
I can get you a ticket on the downriver boat tomorrow.
Well, it's almost impossible to get a ticket. How?
Does it matter how I get it, as long as I get it?
Lady, if you can get me out of Chungking, nothing matters. I'll pay you back in Shanghai.
What's your name?
Tony Daner.
Well, Tony Dana, there'll be a ticket waiting for you at the steamship office tomorrow morning and a little money for traveling expenses.
What? I can't believe it. What are you looking at me so funny for?
You're amazing.
Why?
You're the first man I've ever met who didn't comment on my being both a woman and a doctor.
Oh, well, now, don't get me wrong, girl doctor. The combination fascinates me, but what I like most is your ability to pull a steamer ticket out of the hat.
Oh, I have many talents.
Well, let's kick him around.
No. You go to your room and rest. Take care of that back.
Okay, you're the doctor.
But I can tell you this.
What?
I'm glad you're going to Shanghai with me.
The boat was a squat, ugly, gray thing, as dirty as the river she sat in. Already her decks were crawling with discarded bits of humanity, some asleep, some curled around their meager possessions. But in one way, they were all alike. On their faces was the great patience that is so often worn by the have-nots of this world. At the head of the gangplank, a beefy-looking white man was herding us aboard.
Get these people on. Now, where's your ticket? Ticky. Yeah, okay, move along. Okay, you next. Ticket?
Yeah, just a minute. I got it here someplace.
Hurry up, get it out. I got a schedule to keep. Come on.
Can't you see my hands are full?
2 suitcases. Nobody needs 2 suitcases. Leave one of them behind.
But I need them both.
I said leave one of them behind.
My books are in there.
Then leave the other one. I don't care.
Look, there's nothing on the ticket that says how much you can carry. Who are you to be pushing me around?
I'm skipper of the scow. Radigan, that's the name. Keep it in mind.
It's just a suitcase.
Listen, I'm on this river to make money. If I can pick up one paying fare in place of your precious suitcase, I'm for it, see? You got your choice, mister. Either put one suitcase off or I put you off.
Gee, you got a crummy racket.
So I'm a crummy guy. Well, which is it? I'm in a hurry.
Okay. Now, this one.
That's better. Now let's see your ticket. And your passport.
All right, here.
Yeah. Anthony Dana, American. Okay, move along. If this river wasn't so lousy loaded up with foreigners who don't have any business being here, maybe we could move some Chinese.
And that was my introduction to Captain Radigan, skipper of the scow, as obnoxious a personality as I've run into. He considered every Occidental a foreigner except himself. Well, I picked my way across the littered deck, climbing over soldiers and whining children. I was one of the lucky passengers. Mine was a first-class ticket, entitling me to a stateroom, or should I say, to half a stateroom. And I was on my way to it when the Chinese officer stopped me.
See your papers, please.
Well, I just showed my papers to the captain.
See your papers, your passport, everything.
What is this? Everybody wants to look at my papers. Who are you, anyway?
I am Lieutenant Chen. Will you show me your papers, or shall we create unfortunate incident for you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. All right, here you are.
That is better. It says here your name is Anthony Dene. You are American citizen. Your occupation is correspondent.
Now, look, I know what it says. You don't have to read it to me.
Papers are in order.
I could have told you that.
The matter is closed. Paper in order. You may proceed to your stateroom.
Thanks.
Hello there.
Hello. Well, I guess we're roommates. I'm Daner.
Oh, I am? I mean, you are? Oh, yeah, well, I'm Vickers. Come in. Welcome, my friend.
Thanks.
Yes. You know, I've just been wondering what sort of a chap I'd draw to bunk with.
Oh?
Of course, I don't mind, you understand, when I'm out in the field, a missionary gets conditioned, if you know what I mean. I mean conditioned, what? Yeah, a stable,
Yeah.
a bit of straw, bare ground. But indoors, I remember I'm an Englishman. I like comfort, you know, pleasant company.
Yeah. Well, I hope you like cockroaches because they've got us outnumbered.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Well, cockroaches and I are old friends. I say, look here. Why don't you stow your gear and come up on deck? You know, it's quite something to see when Rattigan starts his old steamer downriver. You'd think it was the Queen Mary. You would really. All the ceremony he puts into it.
I wouldn't watch Rattigan launch a rocket to the moon.
Well, that's not likely, you know. I mean, what happened? The old sea dog get your back up or something?
Well, he made me leave a suitcase behind. It was full of books I've been years collecting.
Ah, well, that sounds like him. Are you coming?
No, you go ahead, Vickers. I'll see you later.
Yeah, right, you.
As I unpacked what I needed for the trip, I could feel the old boat gather all her strength together and move, groaning into the deep water channel, and I forgot about my lost books. I was on the Yangtze, on my way at last to Shanghai, on my way to the big story, and I felt a curious kind of thrill. I was part of China on the move. The cabin was close and stuffy. I went up on deck to get some air. I was kind of hoping to run into Girl Doctor. Then I saw her standing at the prow of the boat, talking animatedly with my roommate, the missionary.
Ah, there you are, Dana. Glad you came up. Come on over and meet a charming fellow passenger. Dr. Roma, may I present Mr. Dana?
How do you do? Dana, did you say? It's an odd name. Have you been in China long?
Well, wait a minute.
He's an American, you know. One of your countrymen, Dr. Roma.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Kansas.
Oh, is that so?
I say, we're lucky, aren't we, Dana? Having such a beautiful doctor aboard, huh? It might make it worth a man's while to be ill or something, eh?
Well, I hope that won't happen. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have some unpacking to do. Awfully nice to have met you, Mr.
Daner.
Oh, yes. I'll see you later, Mr. Vickers.
She smiled at me like you smile at a stranger you've just met. There was no sign at all of recognition. And from then on, she avoided me. Well, at first, it made me a little sore. My male ego was wounded, I guess. I thought she'd gotten me a ticket because she wanted to see me again. Now I wondered, why had she gotten it? There was something wrong with this whole business. We were scheduled to tie up at I Chang overnight, and I was looking forward to breaking up the trip by night ashore. I was on my way to my stateroom to get my bag. Girl Doctor. Dr. Roma, it's Tony Daner. What's wrong?
Go away!
No, I'm coming in.
Please.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Nothing.
Nothing,
Nothing happened.
You always wear your hair mussed like that, your blouse ripped, and your luggage. That's the way you like it, I suppose. Dumped, sprawled all over the room.
It's none of your affair, Tony. Keep out of it.
Look, you're going to tell me what's going on
Please,
anyway.
keep out of it.
No, you're scared. You need help.
Just get out and leave me alone.
All right, maybe Captain Rattigan knows the answer.
No, wait a minute, Tony.
What?
All right. I came into my stateroom. It was dark, but I could tell there was somebody in here. Then he grabbed me. I tried to fight away from him. I screamed, but he got out. I turned down the light.
Who was it?
I don't know. A soldier, I think. A Chinese soldier.
Well, what was he looking for? What are you carrying? The crown jewels?
It isn't funny, Tony. They're after the Shanghai document. But they didn't get it, not this time.
The Shanghai document? What's that?
Just a piece of paper. But it might hold the destiny of China.
Oh, in what way?
A new leader has been found in the west of China, but only a few trusted people know his identity. A man who very possibly could unite his people, lead them out of war. I don't have to tell you what that means to China, Tony. The document contains his name, his plan of action, and his written acceptance of the great responsibility, and it must get into the right hands in Shanghai.
And if it doesn't?
A lot of heads will fall. And China will have lost a chance for peace.
And you're the messenger, huh? Why?
I'm a sympathizer. I was chosen because I'm an American. We thought they wouldn't suspect an American.
Well, Radigan's an American. I'm an American. Why pick on... Oh, hey, wait a minute. And that's the reason you got my ticket for me. That's why you've been giving me the wide berth. You were using me as a decoy in case they got wise.
I'm sorry, Tony. But you did want to get to Shanghai.
Yeah, but with one stipulation. I'd like to get there alive.
Attention, motorist. Petroleum chemists have discovered new super-octane gasoline components of great importance to you. And one of the highest octane components ever discovered is xylene. Now listen to this. Today, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene. Xylene helps give Richfield gasoline that high Antonox performance, that eager response in traffic, that smooth surging power that turns mountains into molehills. What's more, there's a Richfield gasoline to fit the power requirements of your motor. Select Richfield Ethyl for best results in the highest compression motors, or Richfield High Octane at regular price for the average motor. Each Richfield brand is tops in its class. Don't waste gasoline, don't waste money. Let the Richfield dealer help you select the right Richfield gasoline for your car. And remember, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene, one of the highest octane components ever discovered. And now, we return you to Escape.
I didn't see Girl Doctor as the boat tied up at Yichang, but I worried about her plenty. Girl has no business carrying a thing as explosive as the Shanghai document. Now that she dragged me into it to confuse whoever was after it, I was a little jumpy myself.
Mr. Dana?
Huh? Oh, Lieutenant Chen.
You are planning to go ashore.
Yeah, that was my plan. Why?
Very dangerous for American to be alone in China nowadays. Many bandits, thieves.
Yeah, I know, but I hope it won't throw Army regulations in an uproar if I go ashore anyway.
Sorry, your business, merely suggestion.
Yeah, well, thanks. See you around, Chen.
Hey, Dana! Now, where do you think you're going?
Sure, do you mind?
Matter of fact, I do. When I start out with a boatload of people, I like to deliver them. I don't like no trouble, and your going ashore is just asking for it.
You trying to tell me I can't go ashore, Captain Radigan?
Look, sweetheart, the only thing I'm trying to tell you is watch your step.
So you've told me. I've been warned. Now I'd like to get going.
Okay, bilgehead. It's your neck.
Oh, I say, Dana!
Oh,
Dana!
Here we go again.
Are you going ashore?
And what's your objection, Vickers?
Objection?
Yeah.
Well, I don't get it, old boy. I was going ashore myself, and I thought we might make a party of it. You know, I speak the dialect, and I thought it might come in handy.
Well, I thought for a minute...
You thought what?
Oh, never mind. Come on.
You know, the last time I was in Yichang, there was a very nice hotel. Let's try it. That is, of course, if it hasn't been bombed. What? Oh, the proprietor, Chinese, very good friend of mine, serves the
Vickers, wait a minute. What's that?
What's what? Where?
There at the foot of the gangplank, a whole platoon of soldiers.
Oh, they're probably on the lookout for a deserter.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's get off the boat.
Yeah. Oh, I say, look, they're going to stop us.
Your passport, please.
Certainly. Right here.
Oh, passport in order. Proceed.
Oh, thanks awfully.
And I see your passport?
Look, I've been checked and double-checked.
You better
and...
do as he says, old boy.
Yeah, okay, here.
It's messy, this red tape. Necessary, I suppose, but sometimes I do think they overdo it.
Oh, your passport not in order.
Not in order.
No, please, better you come with me.
Well, wait a minute, where to? What for?
Impossible, proceed to Shanghai. Papers not clarified.
What are you talking about?
But I say, who can't take him off the boat like this?
Oh, Dodgina. Passport not in order. Complete.
He took me to a command car, which drove me to field headquarters on the hills above Yichang. No matter what I said to him, no matter how much I argued, all I got out of him was passport not in order. Well, they gave me a place to sleep and something to eat and a couple of guards to watch me. The river steamer was scheduled to leave Yichang at dawn. I was hoping they'd release me by then, but the dawn slipped in and the steamer slipped out. And I heard it in the distance, the whistle. I felt sunk. How was I to explain to these guys that I was just a decoy? They'd picked off the wrong American, that the thing they wanted, the Shanghai document, was on its way down the Yangtze. And I heard them coming down the hall. I didn't know what I was in for, but I braced myself. At least I'd go down fighting.
Mr. Dana.
Yeah?
Passport is in order. Can go now.
Go? Now you tell me. Look, did you hear that whistle? The steamer's gone. How do I get to Shanghai now? Swim?
1,000 apology for ignorant mistake. American passport, very confusing.
Yeah, sure, but what do I do now?
Please come with me. I've made arrangements.
I was apologized to in several dialects. Then I got back into the command car and was driven down past the river landing to a secluded spot where a sampan tended by 2 coolies was waiting. I was politely but forcibly put aboard. I turned around to protest, but it was too late. The coolies had pulled the sampan away from shore into the center of the river, and back on shore, the Chinese officer was smiling broadly. Well, anyway, I was on my way to Shanghai again. And I sat back to smoke a cigarette, but I was out of matches, and I nudged the coolie in front of me. Hey, you, Ketchum, matchy, you know?
Certainly, Mr. Dana.
Huh?
Here you are. May I light it for you?
Lieutenant Chen, what are you doing on this sampan?
I also have missed the boat.
Yeah, but, well, why the coolie outfit?
It's not safe for lone soldier to travel by himself. I am, as you Americans say, coming along for the ride.
You know what I think, Chen? I think I'm the one that's being taken for a ride. I couldn't understand it. If they had thought I had the document, why hadn't they searched me? Why'd they let me go? Why was Chen on my tail? I decided to find out just how much of a watchdog Chen was. We'd been on the river all day, and it was just getting dark when we pulled up at a rickety bamboo landing. Chen was singing as he helped the coolie repair a sail. They weren't paying any attention to me. I crawled silently off the boat onto the dock.
Mr. Dana, I should regret to have to kill you before we reach Shanghai. Come back in boat, please.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying.
If you are wise, you will not try again.
We passed Nanking, turned off the Yangtze into the Yunho Canal. Chen never seemed to sleep. He watched me constantly. But as he and the other coolie maneuvered the sampan into Suchow Creek on the Shanghai waterfront, I realized that I had one final chance. It was dusk. The creek was filled with a floating city, thousands of sampans, each with their family washings flying aloft, their babies, their suppers cooking. They were on either side of us, within scraping distance. And suddenly I leaped across the one on the left.
Mr. Dana, stop!
He wouldn't dare shoot in such a crowded place. He couldn't hope to hit me, but he jumped across, and I was already on the next sampan, and jumping from sampan to sampan, I zigzagged my way to the bank and lunged into the crowded, filthy waterfront of Shanghai. I looked back once. I couldn't see Lieutenant Chen anywhere. I'd lost him. I took a deep breath. I felt free, safe in the crowd. And then I saw him. Not 10 feet away, Captain Radigan, and with him 2 huge Mongolians.
Dana! Don't try to get away, Dana! Come back!
I moved fast, elbowing my way through the matted humanity, and ran down the bund like the devil himself was after me. And I finally stopped, out of breath in a cluttered back alley. It was dark. Radigan was no place to be seen. Neither were the Mongolians. I was quite alone. Well, I had one friend in Shanghai, Vickers, the missionary. He'd given me his address. I found a rickshaw driver who knew where it was, and he took me there. It was one of those old Chinese dwellings with a high wall around it. I knocked at the gate, but nobody answered. And I opened the gate, walked into the garden.
Well, it's about time you showed up, Dana.
Radigan.
We've been waiting a long time for you.
Radigan, what are you... It took me a minute to recognize the smell of the cloth on my face. Chloroform.
How do you feel?
Huh? Oh, you again.
Don't try to get up, and don't yell. This is a hospital. You'll disturb the other patients.
A hospital? Why is it every time I come to, you're there? What do? Follow your patients around?
I'm sorry, Tony.
Yeah, sure.
You were going to see Vickers. We couldn't let you do that. Captain Radigan.
Yeah, Doctor.
Give me a hand, will you?
Oh, no. Get away from me. Hey, what are you going to...
Now, come on, Dana. Up, sit,
No,
sit.
wait.
On your stomach.
Hey, let me go.
Just relax, Tony. It's time for your bandage to come off.
No!
Thanks a lot, Tony Dana.
That adhesive tape, you want to pull the skin off my back? What do you think What did you say?
I said thanks a lot for carrying the Shanghai document through safely.
The document?
Mm-hmm. It was on your back under the adhesive tape. I put it there back in Chongqing.
You did? Then Radigan?
Radigan and Lieutenant Chen and the soldiers who took you off the boat were all working under orders, protecting you.
Yeah, well, I ran away from them. I thought that they were...
You sure gave us a bum time.
Well, what do you want me to do? Apologize?
Oh, Tony, please. We treated you badly, I know, but we couldn't let you go to Vickers.
Vickers, the missionary?
Anyone can wear his collar backwards. Vickers was the one who was after the document. We had to get you off the boat and away from him before he discovered that I didn't have it.
Oh, Vickers, huh?
Mm-hmm. Tony, I hope you know you've done a great thing for China.
Yeah. Well, now that I've done so much for China, suppose you do something for me.
Well, anything.
Okay. Get dressed up. Let's go out in the town and have dinner.
Oh, Tony, we'd love it. We can meet you in an hour.
We?
My husband and I. Jerry.
Your husband?
You'll love him, Tony. He's a wonderful guy. He's from Kansas, too.
This is the age of science, an age in which science has made vast strides in medicine, in nuclear energy, and in the field of petroleum chemistry. For example, petroleum chemists have discovered new superoctane gasoline components of great importance to every motorist. And one of the highest octane components ever discovered is xylene. Now, listen to this. Today, every gallon of Richfield gasoline contains xylene. The xylene component of Richfield gasoline helps give your car that high anti-knock performance, that extra zip in traffic, that velvet smoothness under the hood. Try Richfield gasoline with xylene. Take your choice of Richfield high octane at regular price for the average motor, or Richfield ethyl for best results in the highest compression motors. Stop where you see the Richfield Eagle on the cream and blue pumps. Get Richfield gasoline containing xylene tomorrow. Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson and has tonight presented Shanghai Document by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were John Dana as Tony, Joan Banks as Dr. Jane Roma, Ben Wright as Vickers and the Eurasian, Bill Conrad as Ratigan, Benson Fong as Lieutenant Chen, Charles Lung as the officer, and Paul Frees as the voice of Escape. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You were on a small launch off the California coast, about to dive 20 feet below the surface to reach a man's body and to recover an object identifying his murderer, who's standing at your side and from whom there is no escape.
Next week at the same time, the Richfield Oil Corporation of New York invites you to escape with the story of a man who stumbled onto what seemed the easiest way in the world to make $1 million. As H.V. Dixon tells it in his exciting new book, Something for Nothing. Be listening. Goodbye then, until the same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. Tom Hanlon speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
America, presented by DuPont. moment, you will hear Don Voorhees and his orchestra in another episode of the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont. This evening, we will take a musical trip tracing the tuneful development of American operetta and musical comedy from the turn of the century to this very moment. Later in the program, you will hear a story of chemistry, showing the importance of chemical research in the everyday life of all of us. How products developed by DuPont chemists illustrate their pledge, better things for better living through chemistry. Tell me, pretty maiden, are there any more at home like you? We're listening in on Florodora, the Casino Theater in New York, 36 years ago. The famed Florodora Sextet was the rage of the town. Florodora was the forerunner of our modern musical comedy. But more typical of those days was the operetta with flowing melody, such as Victor Herbert's music from The Fortune Teller. It was about 1916 before there was any noticeable change in the spirit of operetta music. The tunes became just a little gayer, a bit more daring in their rhythms. Remember Rudolph Brimmel's operetta Katinka and its beautiful song, Alice Holiday? Princess Theater, New York, 1917. Three men with good imaginations, P.G. Woolhouse, Guy Bolton, and Jerome Kern, began writing one successful musical comedy after another. Oh Boy, Very Good Eddie, Have a Heart, Leave It to Jane, and a lot more. These shows were lighter. Their pattern was different. More liberties were taken with the plot. There was more dancing and comedy, but melody still held sway. After the opening night of Oh Boy, everyone was humming Jerome Kern's hit song, Till the Clouds Roll By. Operetta and musical comedy weren't all. There was a third type of production for the entertainment of the musical theater goer in those days. The Ziegfeld Follies was in its heyday. No plot, but lots of music, dancing, comedy sketches, and beautiful young ladies. In rehearsing the Follies of 1919, a certain episode was cut out, which meant wasting an elaborate set of costumes and scenery. This was too much for Mr. Ziegfeld, so he asked Irving Berlin to write a song to go with the extra costumes and scenery. Irving Berlin delivered the song. The girls paraded around the stage, John Steele sang, and another hit was born. A Pretty Girl is Like a Melody. like a melody was something new and different, and it started the pretty girl cycle. One of the first of which was Irene, from the 1919 musical comedy the same name. Remember? Then along came Mary, the show that introduced that favorite song, The Love Nest. And Sally, a musical comedy success which skyrocketed Marilyn Miller to stardom. Jerome Kern's music included the ever-popular Look for the Silver Lining. So in 1920, we had the big review, musical comedy, and operetta in full swing. 4 years later, in 1924, one of the big hits was from George White's Scandals, George Gershwin's Somebody Loves Me. In 1925, a new note was sounded by younger members of the Theater Guild when they produced the Garrick Gaieties, first of the intimate reviews. It was Garrick Gaieties that brought out the distinctly different music and lyrics of Richard Rodgers and Lawrence Hart, whose songs have helped make many hit shows ever since. One of the charming Garrick Gaieties songs was this one, Mountain Greenery. The 20s were great days in the theater, all right. Maybe that fact had something to do with the naming of a 1929 musical play with music by Vincent Youmans. They called the show Great Day, and the songs soon became big hits. Listen to the title number, and you may catch some of the high spirit and exuberance that existed in the late 20s. Great Day. window is open. A gentle breeze blows through the prisms of the chandelier. It makes music. It's a delightful moment in the musical love story called The Cat and the Fiddler-Goers to the Globe Theater, New York, throughout the 1931-32 season, and which later delighted motion picture audiences throughout the country. The book was by Otto Harbach, the music by Jerome Kern, and it marked a decided advance in the technique of musical shows. One of the loveliest melodies in The Cat and the Fiddle was The Night Was Made for Love. In 1932 came Gay Divorce with Fred Astaire as the star and songs by the brilliant Cole Porter. While the show was being put together, there was a question about one particular song, Night and Day. The vote finally was, leave it in. And everybody gave thanks a few days later when the whole country began singing and playing Night and Day. Wintergreen for president. That takes us back 4 years to the last election year and the birth of another brand new idea in musical entertainment. George S. Kaufman and Moya Riska wrote a political satire called Of Thee I Sing. George Gershwin wrote the music, and his brother Ira wrote the lyrics. This daring, tongue-in-cheek sort of hotshot Gilbert and Sullivan was a success from the start. In fact, it won the 1932 Pulitzer Award. Of Thee I Sing, Baby. Just a block away from where I'm standing this minute, Ray Bolger, Luella Gear, and Tamara Giva are putting on their makeup, ready to give another performance of the musical of this season, On Your Toes. This show is full of delightful songs by Rodgers and Hart, including one that seems to be especially popular, There's a Small Hotel. marched musically from the turn of the century to September 22nd, 1936. Observing many of the changes and developments in music of the American theater, are there any more steps we should take? Emphatically, yes. For without hearing some of the beautiful and stirring music that Jerome Kern wrote for Showboat, we would be neglecting a production which many feel is the greatest of all American musical shows. The story came from Edna Ferber's famous novel. Oscar Hammerstein II did the libretto and lyrics. And Jerome Kern wrote music that stamps him as one of the most gifted composers in American history. So Showboat opened in 1927. Its music is as fresh and exciting today as it was that memorable first night, when even blasé critics joined everyone else in thunderous approval of the American musical. Played by Don Voorhees and his orchestra, the musical themes from Showboat. story of chemistry this evening has to do with rayon, a wonder of chemistry that has stimulated thousands of businesses and has made dreams come true for millions of women who admire lovely fabrics. Rayon ranks with the automobile and the radio in the speed of its development and in the way it has opened a wide, new field of employment. In the early days of the industry, rayon was a luxury that few could afford, and many rayon fabrics sold for as much as $20 a yard. Gowns made from these fabrics were priced as high as $300 apiece. But chemists went to work and found ways of making rayon less expensive and at the same time improved it year after year. In America, DuPont chemists played a large part in this progress. Out of ideas which began in the chemical laboratories, rayon has grown to be America's third most important textile. Only wool and cotton surpass it. In 1921, America used 20 million pounds of rayon. In 1936, our nation's textile industry will use 300 million pounds. Recently, DuPont introduced a startling new development, a rayon filament much finer than silk, so fine indeed that 1 single pound of yarn would make a filament 2,500 miles in length, long enough to reach all the way from New York to San Francisco. Being man-made, the ingenious uses and effects of rayon are limited only by man's genius. And man has done marvelous things with rayon, especially in the weaving of it. Transparent velvet, a worldwide fashion, was born in rayon. Not long ago, DuPont created spun rayon, a yarn of great usefulness. When woven, it gives wool effect and is unusually comfortable for indoor wear. And although moderately priced, many fabrics of DuPont spun rayon duplicate the beauty of finest cashmere. No wonder fashionable shops everywhere find a major share of their fashions in rayon, in smart dresses, in underthings, in men's suits for summer, in men's shirts and suit linings, in a wide and beautiful range of decorative fabrics, in hats and gloves, and fabrics by the yard. Rayon brings better fashions for better living to almost every family. The story of rayon, therefore, in which DuPont has played so important a part, is another apt illustration of the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. You're invited to join us again next Wednesday at the same time for another program in this summer series of the Cavalcade of America in Music, presented by DuPont. Don Voorhees and his orchestra will trace the development of modern orchestra music. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You cops are going to be on the scene of a crime instead of coming in after it's all over. Tonight, I'm going to do a little exterminating.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the Double Cross. It is Christmas Eve in the big, lonely city of New York. Outside, the snow falls in huge floating flakes. Inside an apartment, young Joe Blake sits on the floor before a small Christmas tree with his 4-year-old nephew, Timmy. Joe's sister died 2 years ago, and for a while the child's father tried to look after Timmy. But being a detective lieutenant, the father, Steve, found it almost impossible. A year ago, young Joe had become involved with some hoodlums and would have gone to reform school but for Steve's intercession. Joe has kept out of trouble since then and has been living with Steve and taking care of the apartment and little Timmy.
When will Santa Claus come, Uncle Joe?
Well, I don't think he'll come until you go to sleep, Timmy.
How's he going to get in?
Well, he comes down the chimney.
What chimney?
I never thought of that. Well, maybe he comes through the window.
They're all locked, Uncle Joe.
Well, I'll open one after you go to bed, kid. He'll get in. Don't worry about that.
Open the biggest one.
The biggest one? Why?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and he's fat. And a pony is big, too.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know about the pony, Timmy. Kind of scarce these days.
Huh?
Well, ponies are kind of extinct.
Well, I could keep my window open. No one would smell them.
Wouldn't you like to have a train just as well? If you don't get a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Timmy. Well, you better go to bed now. It's after 11, and old Nick won't come unless he's sure you're asleep. How about it?
When is Daddy coming?
Oh, he'll be along soon. Come on, Timmy. You're going to turn in. There we are. Tucked in fine. Night, Timmy.
Don't forget to open the window.
I won't. I'll open them all.
Police call's on the other end of the dial, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Steve. I didn't hear you come in.
Let me help you.
I wasn't looking for the police call.
No?
I just put Timmy to bed.
Why so late?
Oh, he wanted to see Santa Claus. He's going to be kind of disappointed in the morning.
How so?
Well, it's a pony.
Well, maybe you can buy him one, Joe.
Are you kidding?
No.
I don't get it. What's the matter with you, Steve? Something go wrong tonight?
Have you been here all evening?
Why, sure.
Haven't been out.
Don't I always stay with Timmy when you work late?
You didn't slip out for an hour or so while Timmy was asleep, huh?
No, why should I?
But you could have.
Sure I could, but I didn't.
Joe, when I got you out of that last scrape, I did it because I had a lot of faith in you, in your promises.
I still don't get it.
I was the one who got you that relief job in that department store. I vouched for you.
I know that. What about it?
Somebody opened the store's safe tonight. Somebody with slick fingers. Sensitive fingers like yours, Joe.
What? Why, I've been near the store since noon.
You sure?
Certainly, I'm not crazy. I've had my lesson.
I wish I could believe that.
I swear I haven't been out of this house. Why should you try to pin anything like this on me just because I'm working there during the holiday season?
I'm not trying to pin anything on you. Just has all the earmarks of your abilities to open a safe.
That's not fair, Steve. I'm through with that kind of stuff. I got plans. I'm going to make something useful of myself.
You're sure you weren't out of this place?
I swear I wasn't, Steve. I swear it.
Okay. I'll take a chance on it. I'm not on the case, but I heard about it. Now, look, they'll start checking on all the records of guys like you, and they'll probably drop around to see you tomorrow.
I didn't leave the house, Steve. I didn't.
Okay, but you got to have an alibi.
Well, Timmy was here.
Timmy's a baby. He won't count.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Why, evening, Captain. Come on in.
Yeah.
You know my brother-in-law, Joe.
Yeah, I remember him.
What can I do for you? Sit down. I was just ready to turn in, but sitting around reading for a couple of hours. Kind of drowsy.
Yeah? How long you been here, Steve?
Oh, I got off duty at 8. Been home since 8:30. Why?
How long has Joe been here?
Oh, he was here when I came in. He's been here all evening.
Hasn't been out?
Certainly not. What are you getting at, Captain?
Joe's been working mornings at Shelby's department store, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, their safe was open tonight around 9:30. They closed at 7:30. I thought we'd check up on the boys with sensitive fingers.
Joe? Why, he hasn't been out of the house. I'll swear to that.
You will?
Certainly I will. Joe's through with that kind of stuff.
Yeah? Well, then how would you explain this, Steve?
Why, where'd you get that cigarette case?
Wait a minute. Let's see that.
Sure. We found it beside the safe.
Joe, this is the case your sister gave you a year before last. I had your name engraved on it.
Yeah, but How'd it get there? I've never been near this store safe.
No? Well, I suppose you just lost it somewhere.
When did you see that case last, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I had it this morning. As a matter of fact, I hadn't missed it.
You expect me to believe that, Steve?
No.
And you expect me to believe that you were here all evening?
No. You dirty little rat. You did pull that job.
No, I swear I didn't, Steve. I swear it.
You know what this means, Steve? You haven't been here all evening. You're lying. You're trying to furnish an alibi for Joe. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what it means. Sneaking little crook, I believed in him. Get him out of here. Get him out before I break his neck.
Steve, please listen.
There'll be a hearing about you, Steve, in the morning.
But Joe can't explain how his cigarette case happened to be near the safe. He remembers having lunch with a few of the old gang. Maybe it disappeared then. But nothing can be proved. So Joe is convicted and sent to prison for 2 years. Steve is discharged from the police force and goes into seclusion, his heart filled with bitter hatred for Joe. 2 years pass, and Joe is released, determined to make a success of his life regardless of his past. Steve has disappeared, but Joe meets Della Kenton, daughter of wealthy John Kenton. Della persuades her father to engage Joe as his secretary.
Guess who, darling?
Huh? Why, I can't imagine. But if I could, I'd guess it was Della.
Well, you'd guess right. Are you going to type all day, Joseph?
No, not all day, darling. I'll be through in a few minutes.
I've got a message for you. I knew you were busy, so I answered the phone. It was a man, thank heaven, and he said to tell you that he'd located your friend Steve.
What? Did you get the address?
Yes, darling, but don't get so excited. Here it is, 454 East 17th Street. That's certainly a dilapidated part of town. Whom do you know who lives there?
A fellow I used to know. I've been trying to locate him for 2 years. Well, it is a sort of a cheap locality, isn't it?
May I go with you?
Oh, darling, I'd rather you didn't. I won't be gone long.
I hope not. And don't forget, Father is arriving on the midnight train, and he expects us to meet him.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be back soon.
All right, darling. I'll be ready.
So long, Della.
Just a moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Have I? What?
Are you a married man?
Certainly not. That is, not yet.
Well, then don't act so much like one. Come back here and kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della, darling. I was so excited I forgot. Bye, dear.
That's better. Now you can go. Go on.
I won't be gone long.
I hope not, because I want to talk to you about Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes, we're going to give a Christmas party, and I want you to help me.
Oh, yes, of course, darling. I won't be long. Timmy. Well. How are you, baby?
Huh? What do you want?
Why, Timmy, don't you remember me? It's your Uncle Joe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Uncle Joe? Gee, Uncle Joe.
By golly, I've been looking for you and your dad ever since, well, for over a year. Where's your dad?
I don't know. Someplace, I guess.
Yeah? How long you been in this place?
Oh, a long time.
What's Steve doing?
I don't know.
It's almost Christmas again, Timmy. Remember that last Christmas when you wanted a pony? What would you like to have most this Christmas? Huh? How'd you like a bicycle or a pair of skates? Or... Hey, what's wrong, Timmy? You're crying.
I'd like to have a bicycle,
Say, what are you doing in bed at this time of the afternoon?
I couldn't ride a bicycle.
Timmy, what is it? Tell me, baby.
I don't know, Uncle Joe. I just can't walk.
When did this happen?
Last summer. First my foot wouldn't work, then my leg wouldn't work, and...
Oh, Timmy.
But I'll be all right pretty soon. As soon as Pop gets the money for the operation.
Of course you will, Timmy. You'll be all right in no time at all. Well, that must be Steve now. I'll close your door for a minute, Timmy. I want to talk to Steve.
You'll come back, Uncle Joe?
Yeah, I'll be back a lot now. Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here? Who let you in?
I walked in. Door was open.
Well, it's still open. Get out.
I've been looking for you ever since I got out.
What for?
I wanted to explain things. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Steve.
I don't want any explanations.
Hey, what's wrong with Timmy?
Are you going?
You look like you'd been drinking a lot, Steve.
So what?
You wouldn't be living in a place like this if you were working.
I'm getting by all right.
What about Timmy's operation? Can you take care of that?
I will.
Well, maybe I could help, Steve.
Why, you thieving little rat. I wouldn't take anything from you if Timmy and I both starved to death.
Don't be a fool, Steve. I haven't got anything, but I may be able to raise some money.
How? Open another safe? Now get out of here before I throw you out.
You're drunk, Steve.
I'm not drunk and I don't need you. Get out.
Okay, Steve. Okay, I'll go. But if you don't care about Timmy, I do.
Now, look, Timmy's got to be operated on within 30 days. It'll take $2,000, maybe more, and I'll get it. I won't steal it the way you would. And I'll get it. Now get out of here before I brain you.
So long, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Dusk has descended as Joe leaves the cheap apartment and drives to the palatial estate of his fiancée, Della. He has decided to ask Della's father to lend him the $2,000. As he turns into the drive, a man steps out from beside the gate and stands before his car.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Joe.
Who are you?
Freddie Alside. You remember me, Joe?
What do you want, Freddie?
Mike Slavich wants to have a little gab fest with you.
Mike Slavich? Where is he?
Turn out your lights and turn off your motor.
What are you doing here?
Mike will tell you.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
What are you doing around here, Mike?
Want to talk to you. Mind if I get in? You've been doing all right since you got out, haven't you, Joe?
Well enough.
I'll say. Living in this big joint, engaged to old man Kenton's daughter. That's what I call climbing. You're the old man's secretary, ain't you?
Yeah, get to the point.
Old man Kenton's got a safe in that house. It's got a lot of rocks in it.
What about it?
We thought you might help us get them. You know the combination of the safe.
You're crazy. I wouldn't think of it.
We could change our mind. Couldn't we, Freddie?
Yeah, more ways than one.
Get out of this car.
You don't scare, eh, Joe?
No.
Well, we mean business. If that don't scare you, maybe something else will.
You think so?
We know a quiet little spot where no one would find you for weeks, if ever.
Well, a real gun. Shoulder holster and everything. We've come a long way since we were kids, Mike. Started out with cap pistols, and now the real thing.
Yep. All you do is squeeze it. It squirts lead instead of water.
How far do you think you'd get if you did squeeze it?
We've never been pinched yet. No record. No fingerprints. No nothing.
First time for everything, huh? Cigarette, Mike?
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh. Get a load of the cigarette case, Freddie. Joseph from Della. Fancy stuff. Well, how about it, Joe?
Well, looks like I'm stuck. I think you guys mean business. What's your plan?
Old man Kenton's out of town. We walk in with you, you open the safe, take the rocks, and we all leave.
All leave?
We'll take you with us. We'll hide out for a day or so until they start looking for you. You'll be accused, you know.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get going, Joe. Out of that car and up the drive. Open it up, Joe. Quit stalling.
Okay. It's open.
Hand me the stuff.
There you are.
Thanks. Now, let's go.
Joseph, are you in the library?
Get out there and talk to her. Tell her you're leaving town for a few days. No monkey business. We'll be watching.
Yes, Della. I'll be right out.
Oh, where have you been, darling? We've got to meet that train.
Well, Della, I was... I'm sorry, but you'll have to meet your father alone. I got to run out of town tonight on business. I'll be back in a few days.
What? Well, when did this come up?
Just a few minutes ago. I'm going to drive.
Well, all right, darling, if you must. Will you be back in time for the Christmas party?
I hope so, Della.
Well, I'd better get to the station. The train will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and take care of yourself, Joseph.
I'll try, darling.
As soon as she gets out the drive, we'll leave. You take my car, Freddie. I'll drive with Joe. Come on.
Now, 2 days later, the story of the jewel theft breaks in the newspapers. Joe Blake is suspected, and old man Kenton has offered a reward for the recovery of the stones and apprehension of Joe.
Gee, Mike, he's offering $10,000 for the recovery of the rocks and $2,500 for the capture of Joe.
I see. Well, we'll lay low for a few more days, then skip to Chicago and unload this stuff.
Why do that? You got a better deal right here in town.
How do you mean, Joe?
You'd make a lot more by collecting this reward than you would from a fence out of town.
You mean we go back to Kenton and hand over the stuff?
Why not?
Not a bad idea. But we'd have to take you with us and turn you in.
Well, certainly. You'd have to do that to prove how you found the jewels.
What's your plan?
Oh, look. You guys are a couple of private detectives, and you read about the reward, see? You just happened to spot me and grab me. Brought me back to Kenton. You turn over the stuff, and he pays off. I'll make a break for the door. You got to take a few shots at me to make it look real, but you shoot wild. I get away. Then later on, when the coast is clear, I'll drop around. That leaves you in the clear, and I don't get locked up.
I think it's a nutty idea. What if it don't work?
Shut up. That ain't a bad idea, Joe. I'll take you up on that. So, Mr. Kenton, me and my partner read about the theft and saw this guy's picture and happened to spot him in this lunchroom, so we nabbed him. Well, here he is, and there's all your jewelry.
Yes, this is all here, every bit of it. Check it over, Della. See if your jewels are all there.
Yes, Father. Nothing of mine is missing.
Very well. I suppose you want the reward?
Well, after all...
I'll give you this check for $10,000 now for the return of the stones, and I'll withhold the $2,500 until he is booked by the police and locked up.
Well, okay, but we captured him. What more do you want?
I prefer it that way. I want to be sure that he's locked up, and if he gets out in 20 years, it'll be too soon for me. You certainly pulled the wool over my eyes. And when I think that Della might have married you, an ex-convict...
Can't always judge a book by its cover.
It doesn't seem possible I could have been such an utter fool.
You got a lot of things to learn, Della.
The sooner you get him out of here, the better.
Well, here's your check, and
So
when...
long, Della.
He's getting away!
Come back here.
Why?
He's locked it from the other side.
He won't get far. I must have hit him.
Call the police.
Never mind. We'll get him. That $2,500 belongs to us. Come on, Freddie, out this window. He won't get far.
Do you think you hit him, really?
No, I missed him deliberately. Shot high. Now that I think about it, I'm just a sap. That was our chance to get rid of him. So illegally. He knows too much. I don't trust him.
Yeah, but we ain't really cops.
So what? Any citizen's got a right to catch a fugitive. Come on, we're going to get that baby.
Joe makes a getaway and heads for a little hotel where he hides out for another day. Then the papers break with another story, and Kenton has increased the reward for Joe's capture. Joe studies this over for a while and realizes the possibility of Mike's double-crossing him for the additional reward. He slips out for a while, then returns to his room around 8 in the evening.
Who is it?
Open up or I'll kick it down.
Steve.
Well, so here you are, the rat himself.
What do you want, Steve?
What do you think?
Are you back on the force, Steve?
I will be when I get through with you. Because of you, I got kicked out. And now you're the one who's going to set me back in harness again. Funny how things work out.
Oh, you know about the reward, do you?
Yeah, I do. Once a crook, always a crook. I knew you'd pull something sooner or later.
How's Timmy?
He's just going to be fine in a few days.
What do you mean?
He can have that operation now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're not half as glad as I am. And the thing that pleases me most is the way I'm getting the dough. Boy, this rap is going to send you away for 20 years.
So what?
Get your hat and start walking. And don't try that fade-out stuff on me, because I like you so much, I'd as soon plug you as look at you. Thanks, Mr. Kenton. Thanks very much. I wouldn't have come out so soon, but, well, this money's a lifesaver.
How's that, Bradley?
My kid, Timmy's got to have an operation, and I didn't have a cent. Has to be done in a few days, or he won't live. Check's a real Christmas present.
Mr. Bradley, what do you think they will do with Joseph?
Oh, he'll get 20 years. Two-time loser.
What a shame.
I had a lot of faith in that boy. So did Della. I just can't understand it.
There's been some others who felt that way.
Well, what did he have to gain? He was engaged to Della, and he could have had everything. And he was very stupid to do what he did.
What do you mean?
Well, he took a chance on his life when he escaped from this room. He knew those two men had guns. Good thing for him that the big fella couldn't shoot straight.
They fired at him?
The big man did, as he went right through that door.
Look up above the door. All 3 shots near the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know, I'd say there was either very good shooting or he had a gun that kicked like a mule.
It wasn't a big gun. Snub-nosed revolver.
Snub-nose. Not a service pistol?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I may drop in on you in a few days, Mr. Kenton.
Certainly, Bradley. Anytime.
I want to ask you a few questions, Joe.
Did you collect the reward?
I did last night.
How's Timmy?
He went to the hospital this morning.
Oh, that's swell. Gee, I'm glad. Well, what do you want to know?
He didn't pull his job alone, Joe.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Who were those guys who captured you?
Said they were private detectives.
One of them was a swell shot. He placed every slug in the same spot, above the door, deliberately. They were in this with you, gagged to cop the reward that was sure to be offered. Otherwise, they'd have popped you in the doorway, you were to get away, and then all meet later and share the proceeds.
Yeah?
But in the meantime, they changed their minds, Joe, and decided to cut you out. They double-crossed you.
What do you mean?
How do you suppose I knew where you were hiding? A guy phoned me and tipped me off. They figured they had no police record. Nothing you could say would implicate him. They're safe. Why attempt to shield a double-crosser?
That's just what I figured those rats would do.
You might as well spill it, Joe, and determine to crack this case.
Yeah? What would happen if you cracked this one and another one besides? Set you up as a lieutenant again, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was forced to open that safe at the point of a gun.
Tell me another one, Joe.
If you want to grab the other two guys, I'll make a deal with you.
A deal?
Let me talk to your fingerprint expert and get me out of this cell.
Are you kidding?
I want you to take me to old man Kenton's. There's a Christmas Eve party going on there tonight.
I wouldn't trust you across the hall.
It means just as much to you as it does to me, and probably more. I'll guarantee results.
Okay. What's your plan?
I'll tell you on the way out to the Kenton place.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, let us out of here.
Come with me, gentlemen. Father's waiting for you in the library.
Looks like you're going to have quite a party here tonight, Miss Kenton.
It sure does.
Here are the two detectives, Father.
Oh, yes. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Close the door, Della. I sent for you men because you did a good job of capturing Joe Blake and returning the jewels.
Yeah?
I'm having quite a number of guests here tonight, and I've just received some disturbing news. Joe Blake has escaped.
Escaped?
Holy mackerel. He may make another try to steal the jewels while we are occupied with our guests.
Oh, I see. You want us to see that nothing happens.
I want you fellas to stay here near the safe, and if he does come, grab him.
Sure. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Good. Come along, Della. Our guests are beginning to arrive.
All right, everybody, don't make a move.
Father!
Joe. Lay your guns on the desk, boys. Thanks. Get over the other side of the room, Della. You too, Kenton. Things might happen.
What's on your mind, Joe?
Spread your hands flat on that desktop, Mike. You too, Freddie, and keep them there. Make one move, and I'll drill you both, you dirty double-crossing rats. Forced me to open the safe at the point of a gun, and tipped off the cops where to find me. Because you were afraid I might horn in on the reward.
This guy must be nuts, Mr. Kenton.
Which one of you phoned Steve Bradley? Come on.
Well, I didn't, Joe. I thought you was going to contact
Shut
us.
up, you little dope.
Yeah, but he's mad, Mike. I don't want him to think I tipped the cops.
Shut up.
You did it, Freddie. You're the one.
No, honest, Joe, I didn't. I didn't. Please, Joe.
Open that safe, Kenton. I'm really taking those jewels this time. But I won't be bothered by Mike and Freddie.
Joe, I didn't do it, honest.
I'm going to place one right between your eyes, Freddie. Right between your eyes.
Joe!
He's bluffing.
Don't anybody move. I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello, Bradley.
We traced Joe Blake to the edge of your estate. I thought we'd better look in for...
Just in time, Steve. Put up your hands and step into the room.
What goes on here?
The cops are going to be in on the scene of the crime instead of coming in after the crime's over. I'm going to take some jewels and do a little exterminating. But first, I'm going to make these guys do a little talking. I want to know which one of you guys tipped off Steve about me. Say something, Mike.
This guy's crazy. Says we made him steal the stuff.
That the voice you heard on the phone, Steve?
No.
What have you got to say, Freddie?
It wasn't me. I tell you, it wasn't.
It must be him.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like him.
I thought so. Right between the eyes, Freddie.
Please, Joe, don't.
He won't shoot.
Hand over that gun, Joe. Give it to me.
Oh! He did it. I told you he meant it.
You're crazy, Joe. You're crazy.
I killed a cop, so why should I worry about killing a couple of rats like you? Start talking, Mike. Tell him you guys forced me to open that safe.
You can't bluff me. There's no proof of such a thing.
No? All right, Sergeant. Check Mike's fingerprints on the glass-top desk. Step on it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Kenton, look in the second drawer of the safe. You'll find my cigarette case wrapped in a handkerchief.
What? By George, he's right.
I put it there the night I opened the safe. Let the sergeant compare the prints with the ones on the desktop. I've been near that safe since the night the stones disappeared.
What are you trying to pull, Joe?
You have no police record, Mike. I didn't want you to go through life like that, so I fixed one up for you. Remember the night you forced me into this? I offered you a cigarette? Well, you got a record now, Mike.
Well, Mike's prints on the desk check with the ones in the cigarette case.
And how about that photo of prints you found on that safe I was supposed to have opened several years ago? You brought them along?
Say, why, they're all the same. They all check.
Now you guys start talking. Go on, tell it all.
I'll tell nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right between the eyes, Freddie. Right between the eyes.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him he means it.
I'll tell him nothing.
Joe!
Well, that finishes Freddie. Are you ready to talk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk, Joe. I'll talk.
You robbed that department store. You planted my cigarette case there. You copped it at the lunchroom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I had nothing to do with that job. And you did force me to open this safe, didn't you? My cigarette case proves that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll admit it. You're innocent, Joe.
All right. There you are, Steve. You can get up now.
Yeah, very nicely handled, Joe.
Hey, I thought you was... I've been framed.
Pour some water on Freddie. Joe was using blanks.
Hey, Joe. No, Joe, I'll tell everything.
Nothing more to tell, Freddie. It's all been told.
Well, that certainly leaves you in the clear, Joe. And, Joe, I want to apologize for everything.
Okay, Lieutenant. Apologies accepted.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Same to you, Steve. And tell Timmy that Della and I will be down to see him in the morning.
Well, there you are. Everything worked out very nicely, just as everything should, but seldom does. But there's something I should explain about the person who tipped Steve off as to where to find Joe. It wasn't Mike, and it wasn't Freddie. No, it was Joe himself. It was Joe who phoned Steve, knowing it would give Steve an impetus, a new start in his career of sleuthing. And it really worked. And it saved Timmy's life, and Joe's too, for that matter.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week at 9:30...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Bing Crosby and Joan Blondell in She Loves Me Not with Nan Gray.
Lux presents Hollywood. These programs, ladies and gentlemen, are made possible through your purchases of our products and are the means our sponsors take of showing you their appreciation. Tonight finds us headlining Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley in that great stage and screen success, She Loves Me Not. As guests, Molly Merrick, noted author and movie reporter, and Miss Una McClelland of the University of Southern California. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. We turn our program over now to the producer of the Lux Radio Theater, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Back in 1925, at just about this time of year, a footsore young man tramped into Los Angeles with assets consisting of a drum, a voice with a husk in it, a knack of phrasing songs that was entirely new, and $15 in cash. He'd driven from Spokane, Washington, but his automobile had expired several miles back on the edge of the San Fernando Valley. His name was Harry, but he was heard first at the Coconut Grove in Los Angeles under his nickname, Bing. Later, he toured with Paul Whiteman's orchestra. Then radio catapulted him into national fame and Hollywood. Bing Crosby today is one of the biggest box office attractions in motion pictures. His voice and personality lure millions to their loudspeakers weekly. His phonograph records are bestsellers the world over. Few names in sports are more respected than Bing's. He owns a large stable of racehorses, plays championship golf, and is actively concerned in football and prize fighting. In spite of these multiple interests, you're very likely on a Sunday morning to find the screen's #1 crooner singing in a choir of a small church near Hollywood. Recipient of countless honors, his latest is the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Music, bestowed a few weeks ago by Gonzaga College, where Bing once studied law. Tonight, he becomes a college student once again, as he reenacts the role of Paul Lawton, which he played on the screen for Paramount in Howard Lindsay's rich comedy, She Loves Me Not. Starred with Bing is the ever-delightful Joan Blondell as Curly Flagg. Daughter of a vaudeville comedian, Joan has been on the stage in all parts of the world since childhood. Few stars in Hollywood have worked so hard for success or deserve it more. Discovered on Broadway by Warner Brothers, her talent in both comedy and drama has been established in a score of hit films. And we look forward to seeing Joan next in The Perfect Specimen. From the new Universal Studios comes Nan Gray, a discovery whom Hollywood has been watching very closely since her splendid performance in Three Smart Girls. Nan's next film is called More Than Love, and tonight she's heard as Midge Mercer. Barbara Weeks plays Frances, Sterling Holloway is Buzz Jones, and William Frawley of Paramount Studio is Gus McNeil. Now for the brighter side of higher education. The Lux Radio Theater presents She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, with Nan Gray. It's Monday night in the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. On the dance floor, Curly Flagg, a vivacious little blonde, is in the middle of her first number.
You're gonna lose your gal. You're gonna lose your gal.
In a dimly lighted corner of the club, a gangster sits alone over a cup of coffee. Another gangster threads his way through the tables and stands behind him. Suddenly, there's a shot.
Curly, what's the matter out there? Ted, I just saw a man get shot. I heard it here in the dressing room. Yeah, right in the middle of my number. A guy pulls out a gun and... Did you see him? Sure. It all happened right in front of me. Oh, where's my coat? Where's my coat? I gotta get out of here. Why? You think I want to get mixed up in this? The cops will grab me for a witness and throw me in the jug for months. But Curly, you ain't even taken off your costume. Well, I ain't got time. So long, Ted. Curly, where you going? I don't know, but I gotta get out of here fast.
Papy, gangster shot in Hilarity Club. Police hunt singer Curly Flagg. Papy.
Hey, Gurley, this is as far as I go.
Thanks. I'll get out here then. Would you mind telling me the name of this place?
This is Purnell, Gurley, and them buildings over there is dormitories, part of Purnell University.
Oh, a college, huh?
Yep.
Well, thanks for the lift, mister.
So, all right. Night.
Night.
This period of English literature to the year 106 is called Old English or Anglo-Saxon. Come in.
Hello.
What? Hey, wait, you can't. You can't come in here. Women aren't allowed in the dormitories.
Well, there ain't no signs up that I can see. Hey, are you one of these college students?
Yes, but I won't be if you...
I've been watching you through the window, and when I saw you eating that piece of cake, well, I just couldn't help it.
Oh, is that what you wanted? A piece of cake? Well, here. That's a cinch.
Thanks.
What, you want a glass of water?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You feel better now?
Oh, I was awful hungry.
What's the matter? You broke?
Uh-huh.
You don't mean you're actually starving.
Well, I don't suppose you really starved for about a week or 10 days, do you?
Oh, well, here. We'll go on down to a restaurant and get you fed right.
I can't.
Why not?
The police are after me.
Police?
Yeah.
Well, what is it?
It's a murder case.
Murder?
Yeah, but I didn't do it. They want me for a material witness.
You mean you actually saw somebody get murdered?
Yeah, but I didn't know who the guy that done it. I only saw the back of his head. You see, I was doing my number at the time.
Number?
Yeah, at the Hilarity Club where I work. I didn't even take time to change.
Well, look, if you didn't do it...
Say, I knew a girl once that got mixed up in the murder. Perfectly innocent, you understand? And they held her in jail for 4 months. I ain't gonna sit in no jail for 4 months, I'll tell you those.
Gee. Can they really do that to you?
Sure, if you can't put up no bond.
That's a darn shame. Say, look, my allowance doesn't come until next week, but I can let you have...
Ah, that's no use. This is a big-time murder. They'll be watching for me everywhere. It's no good taking your money and walking right into a cop's arms, you know.
No. Well, there must be something we can do.
Hey, you boys get a pretty good break here. It's nice. Can I have a cigarette?
Oh, sure.
Thanks. I looked in your window a long time before I got my nerve up. You look like somebody that might help a girl.
Mm-hmm.
Say, that sounds like somebody doing taps.
Huh?
Listen.
Oh, that's, up there, that's Buzz Jones. He's got the room over this. He's a swell tap dancer.
Yeah?
You see, I think I'll go up and talk to Buzz a minute. You stay here, huh?
Oh, well, you'll be back, won't you?
Oh, sure. We'll think of some way to help you out of this. Hey, Buzz.
Hiya, Paul.
Cut that out, will you? Now, listen, what do you think I got downstairs in my room?
I'm on the wagon till after commencement.
No kidding, Buzz. It's a girl, a chorus girl, right out of a nightclub.
Yeah? Just lift up my typewriter over there, will you? You'll find the Queen of Sheba.
No, listen, Buzz, this is on the level.
You mean you got a girl in your room? A female girl?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. A nightclub chorus girl, boy.
Oh, and only 2 weeks before you graduate. Listen, Paul, it's not worth it. You better chase her out of here so darn fast.
Well, I can't. She's wanted by the police. She's mixed up in a murder.
Look, will you just quietly get on out of here? I got to study.
No, Buzz, honest, it's true. She's down there. She didn't do the murder. She just saw it done, and the police want her for a witness. Say they can keep her in jail for 6 months or a year until the case comes to trial, if it ever does. She's in trouble, Buzz, and we got to help her.
You get in the darndest messes. How do you do it?
Well, you're in on this one, too, now. I declared you in.
Oh, just fell, huh? You know how it's going to look if we get caught?
Yes, but... Well, if one man were caught hiding a girl in the dormitory, it might look bad. Very bad, but 2 men? No.
No, 2 men makes it fine.
Well, look, come on downstairs, will you? Come on, I want you to meet her.
Oh, that'll be just ducky.
Say, it's a good thing the other fellas in this entry are out tonight, huh?
Yes, indeed, but we're taking plenty of risks as it is.
Well, go on, go ahead in.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello.
This is, Buzz Jones.
Pleased to meet you. My name's Curly Flagg.
Miss Flagg, I salute you.
Buzz and I are going to take care of you.
Oh, yes?
Well, now, look, we'll just hide her here until the whole thing blows over, huh? We can dress her up in boys' clothes.
Hey, wait a minute.
Buzz, you're a genius. We'll have to cut her hair, of course.
Of course.
Oh, yeah?
Paul, did you ever cut anybody's hair?
No, but, I used to mow the front lawn when I was a sprout.
That's the same thing. Come on.
I got some nail scissors here someplace.
Wait a minute. I'm not so crazy about this.
Now, my dear young woman, I must ask you please not to interrupt. Now, would you rather we trimmed your hair or turned you over to the cops?
Well, do you think I ought to pull?
Sure.
Okay.
Get the scissors.
Right here.
It'll grow out again in jail, I suppose.
You're not going to jail. You ready, Buzz?
Sure.
Ready, Curly?
I guess so.
All set? Go!
Next, shine, manicure, next.
Listen, take it easy.
Oh, hold still, will you? How can I cut your hair if you're going to jump around?
How
like
about
that?
a nice shampoo?
You might spoil my looks, you know. Ain't you done yet? I'll be bald-headed in a minute.
Oh, look out, will you? Now, that was your fault.
What'd you do?
Well, I just went a little deeper than I figured.
Oh.
How's it look, Buzz?
Well, it looks kind of chewed, but could be worse.
Well, let me see. Where's the mirror?
Right over there.
Oh, yeah. Say, I make a pretty good-looking boy at that, don't I? This boom bar. Yeah, college.
Hey, shut up. You know, if they catch her, Paul, you're going to graduate awful sudden.
Yeah, I know. Where's she going to sleep?
Well, look, I tell you, I'll run up to New York tonight and tackle the old man about a job for her. So she can stay in my room, huh?
Who is your old man, Buzz?
He's president of Super Sound Pictures. Why?
You mean you're going to get me in the movies? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Here, pipe down, will you? Look, I think I'll write some friends about some more work for her, huh? You know, I might even wire my dad in Detroit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
uncle, huh?
Yeah, but I wouldn't wire Francis if I were you. She might not like it so much.
Why not? Who's Francis?
His fiancée.
Oh, he's got one of those, huh?
Yeah, now look, come on, Curly. Upstairs to my room. We'll get you those boys' clothes and lock you in for the night.
Well. So long, Paul.
Good night. Now remember, if you need anything, just tap on the floor. I'll hear you.
Oh, tap on the floor, huh? Sure. Well, see you later, my old college chum.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter up here? Stop that.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it? I was doing a dance for you.
You're doing a dance?
Yeah, I just routine a swell comedy dance. I wanted to show it to you.
Well, this is no time to be showing me a dance. Why don't you go to bed? Gee, you must be dead.
No, I'm feeling great. You boys have been so good to me. Especially you. Gee, you're a swell kid.
Thanks. But I've got a 9 o'clock lecture. I think I better get some sleep.
Oh, don't walk out on me. Let's have a cigarette together, huh?
No, I can't.
Sure you can. Now sit down over there. I get scared up here all alone. I get awful scared.
Well, it sort of scares me, too.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm not kidding. This is serious. You know, we're trying to help you, but we're taking awful chances to do it.
I know it.
You got to be careful. You got to help us all you can.
Sure I will. There's nothing I wouldn't do for you. Give us a kiss, Polly Wolly.
What? Say, listen.
Good.
Get off my lap.
Hey, what's the idea? I ain't no sack of potatoes. Who do you think you're tossing around? Fresh.
Now, you listen to me, Curly Flag, and get this through your head. I got no more of that kind of interest in you than I have in the congressional record. No more than I'd have in a horse if I saw a man beating him and made him stop. That wouldn't mean I wanted to have a schmoozling party with the horse, would it?
Oh, you...
Now, don't you ever do anything like that to me again.
Oh, you get out of here. You get out, you see? Don't ever come back.
Good night.
Good night, you rotten barber.
And that's the story, Dad. I figured you might be able to help her out. Paul Lawton's got her hidden in my room. We got to keep it quiet, of course.
Of course.
Then you'll help her, Dad?
Certainly I will. Now, if you'll just step outside a minute, Buzz, I'm pretty busy.
Okay, now, but don't forget, keep it quiet.
So long, Buzz. Hello? Give me the publicity department, quick. Hello, publicity. This you, Gus? Well, listen, Gus, Super Sound Pictures has a new star. Yeah, her name is Curly Flag. Don't ask me what she looks like. I don't know. But it's the biggest publicity story of the year.
Mother, just look at this. Yes, Francis? What is it, Francis? It's Paul. He's involved with a nightclub girl, a murderess. Paul Lawton? There's a picture in the paper. I'm going to break our engagement. Oh, my dear, don't do anything hasty. Hasty? I'm going down to Purnell this minute.
Take a telegram, Miss Higley.
Yes, Mr. Lawton?
The Dean, Purnell University. My nephew, Paul Lawton, senior class, wires me he has met, quote, deserving chorus girl, unquote. Most unfortunate to expose him to dangerous associates. Suggest you investigate and advise me of situation. Charles M. Lawton. That's all. Oh, wait a moment. Take another one. Paul Lawton, 54 Anderson Hall, Purnell. Astounded and uneasy, contents your wire. Stop. Insist you drop a fare immediately. Stop. There is no such thing as a deserving chorus girl.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Paul Lawton. I'd like to see Dean Mercer, please. Is he home?
He should be here any minute. Won't you come in?
Thanks.
Who is it, Martha?
A young man to see your father, Miss Mercer.
Have him come in.
Will you go in, please?
Thanks. Oh, how do you do?
How do you do? I'm Dean Mercer's daughter, Midge Mercer.
His daughter?
Yes.
Well, I'm Paul Lawton, senior class.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I didn't know Dean Mercer had a daughter.
Well, I've only been home from Paris a little while. I've been living over there studying.
Music?
Yes. Oh, you must be the Paul Lawton that wrote the music for the last Triangle show.
That's right.
I've been running over some of it. It's delightful.
Thank you.
As long as you're here.
'Cause I'm on my way to you.
That's lovely.
Thanks. Well...
Oh, you're not through yet. Sit down.
Say, I'm really here on some serious business.
What have you been doing?
Doing?
Well, when a student calls on Father, he's generally been up to mischief.
Well, you're more or less right.
What have you done?
Well, it's,
Oh, come on. Confession's good for the soul.
Well, as a matter of fact, it's rather foolish and complicated. You wouldn't care for it.
You have a story to tell Father. Don't you think you might better rehearse it on me?
Come, Lawton. What have you to say for yourself?
Well, I have a sneaking idea your father got a telegram about me.
Oh, one just came. There it is on the table.
Yes.
Can you divine what it says?
Something probably about explaining how it happens that a respectable university allows me to get myself involved with chorus girls.
I'm fascinated. Then you're involved with chorus girls.
No, that's why it's all so silly. I'm not.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How do you mean?
Well, wouldn't you like to be?
No. Now that I've met you, I got trouble enough.
Well spoken, sir. But if there isn't any chorus girl, why should...
But there is.
Make up your mind.
Her name is Curly Flagg.
Well?
Well, Buzz Jones. Buzz is about the best friend I got in college, I guess. We met this girl, and she was hungry and had no place to sleep.
Yes?
She said she'd been a chorus girl in a nightclub in Philadelphia. There'd been some trouble, so she ran away. And, well, we took her name and her address.
Her address?
Yes, sure, so we could let her know what turned up, you see.
Oh. She didn't have any place to sleep, but she had an address. Care of the Ritz, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, she knew where she could get a room.
Oh. It's a fine story, but I wouldn't try it on Father. Will you answer one question truthfully? Is she the girl the police are looking for in connection with that nightclub shooting business in Philadelphia?
What?
Yes or no?
Well, where did you get such an idea?
You used her right name, Curly Flagg, and it's been in all the papers.
Hmm.
It's all right, really. I'll never tell a soul. Now, if you'll tell me the truth, we'll see what can be done to help you. Where is she now?
In Buzz Jones's room.
What?
We cut her hair.
You did what?
We cut her hair with the nail scissors, and we filed her away. She dressed up like a boy.
Oh, I must see her.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Now, see here, Mr. Lawton. I'll get you out of your trouble, but under certain conditions. I must meet Curly Flagg.
No, can't be done.
If you'll promise to let me see that haircut, I'll open this telegram. If it's the one you're expecting, I'll tear it up. Father will never see it.
You'll do that?
If I can meet Curly Flagg. When is everyone likely to be out of the dormitories?
Well, nearly everybody goes to dinner within, a few minutes after 6, I think.
Say 6:10, then?
Yeah.
I'll be there at 6:10. What's the address?
54 Anderson. But, what about that telegram?
Here it is, and here it goes.
Hey, that's really swell of you. For a while this morning, I thought I was going to get into some trouble.
Midge?
Look out. And here, Father.
Oh, hello, Midge, dear. Oh, Lawton, isn't it?
Yes, sir. How do you do, sir?
Mr. Lawton wrote this music. You know, the Triangle show, so he came over to play it for me.
Oh, yes, very creditable. Please go on.
Sing that last one again, Mr. Lawton.
Yes, of course. I'm humming when my daily work is through.
Very nice. Oh, Midge.
Yes, Father?
Midge, is there a telegram here for me?
Why, no, Father.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, I'm quite sure.
Well, that's strange. The telegraph office called me and said they delivered one here.
Oh, well, you know how those things happen.
Well, it's not so important, really. You see, they read it to me over the phone. Oh.
In a few moments, we'll go on with Act Two of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray. Meantime, let's look in at the Brown Derby, that famous Hollywood restaurant. We're sure to find it filled with movie people, perhaps several of the beautiful women whose names are known to film goers the world over. But tonight, we're interested in the conversation of two little waitresses. One of them has just come to Hollywood. Naturally, she's impressed.
Gee, I can't believe it. Me being so close to Clark Gable, I could reach out and touch him. And, I nearly dropped my tray. Isn't that Claudette Colbert over there?
It sure is. Stunning, isn't she?
I'll say. What a complexion. Oh, what wouldn't I give to know how she keeps it so gorgeous?
You mean to say you don't know? You are a greenie.
Oh, well, anyway, knowing won't do me any good. Look at the money they have to spend.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something. 9 out of 10 of these swell-looking screen stars use Lux toilet soap because it has active lather that guards against cosmetic skin.
Cosmetic skin?
Sure. Cosmetic skins are the little blemishes and enlarged pores that develop when you let your pores get choked with dust and stale cosmetics, when you don't remove them thoroughly.
Do you use Lux toilet soap?
I sure do. Whenever I put on fresh makeup and every night before I go to bed.
Gee, I'm learning things. I'll buy some Lux toilet soap on my way home tonight.
I can see you're the kind that learns fast. You'll get along.
Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby and Joan Blundell, with Nan Gray, Barbara Weeks, Sterling Holloway, and William Frawley. The same evening, a few minutes before 6, in Buzz Jones' room, Curly Flagg stands in front of the mirror admiring her boy's costume, which consists of rather baggy trousers and an old windbreaker. Gus McNeil, publicity director for Super Sound Pictures, knocks quietly at the door. Curly turns quickly, putting on her very heaviest male voice.
Who is it?
Hiya.
Hello. Bud Jones is out of town. I'm his cousin.
Well, I'll be a ring-tailed baboon.
All right. Go ahead and be at someplace else.
Hey, that's a good performance. You know, I've seen dames play little boys before, but... Hey, let's see you walk.
Let's see you walk. Just turn around and walk out.
Now listen, Curly.
I don't know what you're talking about or who you are, but you better get out of here before I call my cousin.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now listen, my name's McNeil. Gus McNeil. Here's my card. Now read it and take it all back.
Oh, you're from Super Sound Pictures.
Well, if you see it on my card, it must be so.
How do I know you're really from Super Sound?
Oh, now look, Curly, we're wasting time. May we, speak freely?
I guess so.
Well, very well. To begin with, how'd you like to be featured in your first picture?
Wow.
Be quiet. When I want an answer, I'll ask for it. Now, to continue, Mr. J. Thorvald Jones has an impression that Super Sound may be able to use you, and he's delegated me to decide. There are several things to be settled. Your age, your figure, your salary, and you may have to go to a hospital for a few days to get your voice cut out of your nose and grafted into your throat.
Say, listen.
You listen. I'll do all the talking. If Super Sound gives you a contract, they'll post any necessary bonds with the police for your appearance. Your legal troubles will be finished. Would you like that?
I certainly would.
All right. Now, I have a cameraman downstairs. We're going to take a bunch of photographs. Tomorrow we'll do a newsreel. You're to work under my absolute orders, understand?
But look at...
You look at... Now, here's the gag. We've got a college picture on the fire now, but it's terrible. Beatrice Yvonne is starred, but we're going to fire her, and you'll take her place.
Wow.
Quiet. I'm going downstairs and help Andy get the camera ready. Then I'm going over to the hotel and see if Joe Arkle from the United Press has got in yet. Baby, we're going to plaster your name on the front page of every newspaper from here to Seattle and back.
Oh, Mr. McNeil.
Midge!
Is this Mr. Lawton's room?
Oh, come on in, Midge.
Hello, Paul.
I've been expecting you.
I hope no one saw me coming.
Oh, there's not much danger of that at this hour.
Nice room you've got here. Except for those steins.
Those steins? Well, I'll positively break them all the first thing in the morning. Now, what did your father say after I left?
Nothing, which usually means trouble.
Well, he asked me to go to his office tomorrow morning. What am I going to tell him?
We'll decide that after I see Curly. Where is our heroine?
Upstairs. She'll wait.
What for?
Oh, I don't know. I thought we might talk a little.
All right, let's talk.
Yes, let's talk. Well, I'm not so good at talking.
Oh, is this the piano the maestro uses when he writes his operas?
That's it. I've been here all afternoon, cut 2 lectures and a lab session, just to write something extra special for this occasion.
How interesting. I've had poems written to me, but never songs. Is this it?
Mm-hmm.
For me?
For you. Listen.
I could sing your praises with eloquent phrases, describe you and bribe you with wonderful speeches. I could sing your praises with grand repartee. But, darling, I desire to confess my love, express my love this way. I know the words that I use are simple and not very smart, but what I say to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Others may sing the spring, to them making love is an art, but when I sing to you, straight from the shoulder, right from the heart. Who cares if others may laugh, if as a lover I am green? Who cares? Let them all laugh, as long as you know just what I mean. It's old as the hills, it's true, to whisper I love you, I do. But when I say I love you, I do. And when I pray that we'll never part, it's straight from the shoulder, right from the heart to you.
That's a lot better than talking. Are you going to devote your life to music?
Oh, no. Surgery. And you?
Well, surgeons come in handy at times. May I keep this?
Well, you're the one it was written for. Midge.
Please don't.
Midge, listen, Midge.
Stop it, please. Why did you do that?
What?
I suppose I should have expected something like this. Coming here. You were no more than polite.
Oh, no, now, please,
Oh, I'm always getting into idiotic situations. I quite understand how you got the impression that this would be my idea of a perfect way to pass the time.
Oh, no, please, I didn't think anything of the kind. I didn't mean to kiss you.
Then why did you?
Well, because I'm in love with you.
Well, I'm not in love with you. At least...
At least what, Midge?
I'm not sure what.
Oh, Midge,
Well, good evening.
Francis, well...
Come in, Mother. Francis, dear. I thought I'd find the lady friend in this room. How nice.
Well, what are you doing here?
Surprised, aren't you? And as for you, you cheap chorus girl.
Francis, you...
Who is this girl, anyway?
Well, we're engaged to be married.
We were engaged to be married.
My dear.
Oh, that's all very well, Mother. But if you think I'm going to walk into my fiancé's room and find him with this woman and say nothing about it...
I'm afraid this is all a little over my head. I suppose it means something, but I don't know what. Paul might have explained it to me, but he didn't. Thank you all for a most entertaining performance.
Now you've fixed it. That was Miss Mercer, the dean's daughter.
Oh, the dean's daughter. In the first place, I don't believe it. In the second place, what was she doing in your room, whoever she was?
Now, you keep quiet. I'd like to know who asked you to come into my room, sneaking in, trying to catch me at something.
Children, really.
Mother, we're going to have this out.
Yes, you bet we are.
Francis, dear, I won't allow it. I can't.
Where's your dear, sweet, deserving chorus girl, then? Or are you afraid I'd offend her, too?
Well, you offend me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I do?
Yes, you do.
Children.
I'm not a complete fool.
Yes, you are. You'd wait till I get a chance to explain.
I'll wait for nothing. Come, Mother.
Now, listen,
No, I hate you. Do you hear? I hate you. And I wouldn't marry you if you had twice as much money.
Hello there, buddy.
Who you? This is Buzz Jones' room, and he's out of town.
Oh, that's all right, fella. I ain't looking for no Buzz Jones. I got a date with a dame in the state college somewheres.
You can't hang around in here. Beat it.
I ain't going to hurt nobody, kid. Take it easy. Take it easy. I just want to catch me breath.
Well, catch your breath outside.
Now, look here, guy.
If you don't get out of here, I'll send for some of the boys downstairs.
Say, wait a minute. Come here, let's take a good look at you. Hey, you go to school here, kid?
No, I just come down to visit my cousin.
You're just here on a visit, huh?
Yeah, going back home tomorrow.
Yeah. Back to the hilarity.
Huh?
Hello, Curly.
Oh, what do you mean?
The boys down at the hilarity asked me to look you up. They all said, give my regards to Curly Flagg.
I'm not Curly Flagg. I'm not Curly Flagg.
Oh, so you ain't Curly
No,
Flagg?
no, I'm not.
You know why I'm here, Curly? The Bull's just looking for you as a witness. You might tell him what you seen that night.
I didn't see anything. I tell you, I didn't.
Yeah, but supposing the Bulls went to work on you with a rubber hose.
Oh, I didn't see anything. I
We
tell you.
ain't taking no chances. You and me is going for a ride.
Oh, you keep away
it
from
ain't
me.
no use, Curly. Let's get going.
No.
Shut up. You hear a book you in the bush.
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Paul.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Get away from her.
Get away yourself.
Look out, he's got a gun. Oh, boy. You knocked him out cold, Paul. Golly, I was so scared.
Who is he?
He's a gangster from the Hilarity Club. He wanted to take me away from here so the cops couldn't get at me.
You mean he came here to take...
Yes, to rub me out. Gee, you saved my life.
Good Lord.
I'll bet he's got his whole gang with him.
What do you mean?
Yeah. You see? There. Now, what did I tell you?
He's coming in.
Well, sock him. Sock him hard.
Hey, what's all the rumpus about?
Ow. Oh, what you hit him for?
Shut that door. Who's he?
That's Mr. McNeil, the best friend I got.
Well, how did I know that?
He's going to get me in the movies. You just went and ruined my whole career.
Now, look here, Curly.
I'll bet he's dead. Oh, dear.
Maybe that's one of them. Now, grab that vase on the table and stand behind the door. When I open the door, let him have it.
All right, I got it.
Lawton, what's the meaning of all this?
Oh. Will you look at what you've done?
Dear, I blew him out like a light. Who is it?
That was only Mercer, the dean of the college.
Well, that makes us even.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. While waiting for Act 3 of She Loves Me Not, starring Bing Crosby, Joan Blondell, and Nan Gray, we'll have an interlude with a real student from a real college. Many people have the idea that a modern college consists of a football field surrounded by pretty girls and a few classrooms. But while the University of Southern California has its share of gridiron heroes and dazzling co-eds, it's also one of the finest schools on the West Coast, and I believe the only university in the world offering a complete course in cinematography. Cinematography is a college word meaning the art of making motion pictures. To tell us what Hollywood in a classroom is like, I've chosen one of the students at random. She's turned out to be Miss Una McClelland. And if beauty is a requirement in cinematography, I'd say Miss McClelland must be on the honor roll.
That's all very nice, Mr. DeMille, but it may lead some people to believe that all we're interested in is in becoming stars. Actually, we haven't any illusions about becoming Garbos or Gables. We simply realize that motion pictures are one of the greatest forces in modern life, and we think it's a good idea to know something about them. By this, I mean a knowledge of such things as costuming, makeup, writing, producing, directing, and photography. These are some of the subjects we study, and while our work can't be compared with what you do in a real studio, we can and do start from scratch and turn out pretty good motion pictures.
With the university only a few miles from Hollywood, our studios ought to be of some help to you.
They certainly are. Without their help, our course couldn't be nearly as interesting or successful. They aid in many ways. First, they let us use their studios and laboratories for experiments. Then they've been very generous in lending us stage settings and costumes. And every year when our varsity club puts on its stage show, they help us out in coaching. Famous actors and personalities like Adrian, the designer, lecture to us from time to time. And here's something else I've learned from our contacts with the studios, that practically every movie star uses Lux toilet soap and has used it for years. I've heard them tell about it right on this program. Of course, I'm not a movie star, and I don't ever expect to be one, but you may still be interested in my opinion. I use Lux toilet soap regularly, and I'm sincerely enthusiastic about it as a beauty care, and a lot of my friends use it, too. Now let me see. How else have the studios helped us? Oh, yes, one of the greatest things they've done for us is to use students as extras. They've aided many boys and girls to pay their way through school. USC students may be seen in several current pictures. Among them, Wells Fargo, Navy Blue and Gold, and Life Begins in College.
And the university helps Hollywood. Your campus and buildings have come in very handily for some of our new college pictures, like Yank at Oxford and Hold'em Navy. Tell me, do the students still regard it as an event to have a movie company photographing on the campus?
Of course, it always gives us a big thrill, even if the stars remain very professional, as they always do. After a visit from Robert Taylor, the school might just as well close down for a few days as far as the girls are concerned. It takes us quite a while before we're able to do much concentrating again.
Among USC alumni who've made splendid connections with studios, I can think of Lawrence Tibbett, Buster Crabbe, John Wayne, and Cotton Warburton. But I can't think of any girl graduates who found jobs.
Well, after all, I guess the girls are more interested in finding a husband with a job than in finding a job for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss McClellan. Once more, Bing Crosby, Joan Blundell, Nan Gray, and our all-star cast in She Loves Me Not. Playing the Good Samaritan to the lone little chorus girl has turned out an expensive gesture. To date, it has netted our hero one broken engagement, one blasted romance, and a splitting headache. In his room, Paul walks the floor, nervously biting his nails. Curly enters in the very highest spirits.
Oh, Paul, you missed it.
I missed what?
You should have stayed upstairs. Mr. McNeil came to and we took pictures. Of course, the dean wasn't conscious yet, but just wait till he sees them.
Just wait.
Then I posed with the gangster boy. Come on upstairs. I'll let him take one of you.
No.
Oh, come on, Paulie Wally.
Will you listen to me a minute? Thanks to you, I've just written a letter resigning from college, and thanks to you, I've just socked a man on the jaw who's the father of the only girl
Well, forget it. Now, listen. They're gonna star me in the movies. Won't you be proud of me?
Oh, Listen, will you get out of here?
All right, but listen. You'll be sorry when you see my picture in the paper.
I'll be sorry if I ever see your picture anyplace. Goodbye.
How do you feel, Father?
Oh, terrible.
Drink your coffee, dear. Didn't you tell them who you were as soon as you became conscious?
No, not immediately.
But why not?
Well, I couldn't believe I was conscious. When finally I did break loose, they kept snapping their cameras at me. And that picture of me kissing the chorus girl is fake.
You don't need to tell me that, Father. Father, must both of those boys be dropped?
Are you preparing to defend them? Your friend, Mr. Lawton, for instance?
I have no defense for Mr. Lawton. Not now. Not any longer.
Oh, Miss Mercer.
Yes, Martha?
There's someone on the phone for you.
Oh, I'll take it in the office. Excuse me, Father.
Don't be long, Midge.
Hello? Hello?
Goodbye, Midge.
What?
This is Paul. I said goodbye. That's the toughest part, so I want to get it over first.
Oh, goodbye and good luck.
Oh, wait. Don't hang over.
Goodbyes are over.
Well, couldn't we talk our way backwards to...
There's nothing to talk about.
You think I was trying to play two girls at once, huh?
I counted 3 one day. That is, if I was included in your calculations.
Well, if I told you that I've never been in love with any girl in the world except you, would you believe me, Midge? Would you?
No, I wouldn't. Maybe your fiancé will believe it, but I don't.
Well, I didn't think you would, but it's true anyhow. I'm leaving Purnell today for good.
Hello.
What?
You started by saying goodbye. Well, I suppose hello is the end.
Well, wait, don't hang up. Please don't. Are you crying?
No, I'm not.
Midge,
Yes?
I'd like to have you listen to something, if you would. It's another song for you. You hold the phone, Midge?
Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't a tree. It's love in bloom. Can it be the spring that seems to bring the stars right into this room? Oh, no, it isn't the spring. It's love in bloom. My heart was a desert. You planted a seed. And this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom. My heart was a desert, and you planted a seed, and this is the flower, this hour of sweet fulfillment. Is it all a dream, the joy supreme that came to us in the gloom? You know it isn't a dream, it's love in bloom.
Hello. Hello, Midge. Did you hear it? Well, that's how I feel, Midge. That's really what I think of you, darling. You're listening, aren't you, Midge? Hello? Hello, Midge. Are you there? Midge?
What number are you calling, please?
Oh.
Jones and Lawton suspended. College students suspended.
Neighbor, Purnell student body in demonstration. Demand reinstatement of Jones and Lawton.
Senator Gray takes firm stand. Country rises to defense of Purnell students.
Supersound Newsreel brings you Senator Gray, who comments on the situation raging at Purnell University. Senator Gray.
I am not a graduate of Purnell University. My university was that of hard knocks. But if the newspapers of this great country have reported correctly the recent events at Purnell, I feel very strongly that a grave injustice is being visited upon the students involved.
The girl of the hour, Curly Flagg, tells her story.
It was a dreadful experience for a girl like me. I was dancing at the Hilarity Club in Philadelphia. I love dancing so much that where I dance don't matter. I'm above my surroundings. The Purnell boys who took me in and sheltered me were just wonderful to me. Just wonderful. I'll never forget them. Never. They'll always be just my boys.
Buzz Jones, one of the boys who was dropped.
We students who were dropped by Purnell University have no complaint to make against the college authorities. And if the faculty still feels that we no longer deserve to be graduated from Purnell, then all I can say is that whether on the football field or in life, Purnell men can take it.
Can I help you with your trunk, Buzz?
Oh, it's just about finishes it. I got the books packed. You nearly ready?
Mm-hmm. We can make the 9:10, huh?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Purnell.
Oh, cheer up.
Yeah.
10 years from now, we'll laugh at being busted out and everything. Paul, did you ever think if we hadn't come to Purnell, you and I couldn't have gotten acquainted?
Well, that would have been a swell break for you, boy. What's that?
I don't know. They ought to have these windows cleaned. They're cheering for somebody.
Let me see, Buzz. Hey, look who it is. They're back.
Who?
Curly Flagg and that press agent of your father's.
Oh, haven't they caused enough trouble around here?
Hello, Buzz. How are you, Mr. Lawton? I'm glad to find you together. Miss Flagg has come all the way from New York to thank you boys. Come in, Miss Flagg.
My boys.
Skip it, will you? And shut that door.
Oh, boys. Don't feel so bad about being canned out of college. We're working on that, and we just...
Sure. Let's be friends. Let's all be friends. Now, I've got a camera set up outside, and I want to get a picture of you two boys and Miss Flagg together.
Forget it, McNeil. It can't be done. We're already suspended now, and all we need is one more flashlight with her, and we're going to get hanged.
Look, I think that you and Miss Flagg had better go back to New York.
Not before we get a picture.
Well, you're not going to get one. Now, what do you know about that?
Any bets?
I'll bet you a poke in the nose if you try.
Yeah, you and who else?
Nix, Curly, nix.
Oh, Mr. McNeil, these boys are just too young to appreciate what it means.
Come in.
Lawton, Jones?
It's the Dean. Hiya, Dean.
Shut up. Yes, Dean Mercer?
The faculty meeting has just been adjourned.
Yes, sir?
The deliberate propaganda and official pressure brought to bear on the faculty in favor of you boys have had nothing whatever to do with their decision to reinstate you.
You mean we're in?
Yes, you're in.
Yoo-hoo! Pardon me.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Give us a kiss, will you, Deanie?
No, now, take her out of here, will you, McNeil?
Come on, Curly. We got some pictures to shoot yet. I want to get one of you jumping out the second-story window.
Well, so long, fellas. And don't forget, even though I'm a star, I'll always think of you as
Get out.
my boys.
Well, she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, Lawton.
Yes, sir?
I think there's someone waiting outside for you.
She is?
Yes.
Oh, say, thanks, Dean. I'll see you later, Buzz.
3 for Lawton! Lawton! Rah, rah, rah! Lawton!
Wait a minute. Wait. Thanks, fellas. Thanks very much. You'll excuse me a minute, won't you? I'm looking for... Oh, Midge, let's get out of this. I got to speak to you.
Oh, Paul. And you...
Days are over. We say goodbye to old Purnell, but we'll have Bing and Joan back for a valedictory speech before we say goodbye to you. Next to getting into the movies, most girls, it seems, would like nothing better than to be newspaper reporters. I can't blame them. Women reporters such as Molly Merrick lead lives of color, drama, and excitement. Miss Merrick has been a feature writer at home and abroad for the San Francisco Examiner, has doctored screen stories and written both novels and plays, but she's best known for the syndicated column Hollywood in Person, which she created some years ago.
Just 10 years ago, Mr. DeMille, to be exact. It makes my visit here something of an anniversary celebration.
Well, then let's talk about the Hollywood of 10 years ago. About the days when actors weren't forced to hide behind dark glasses because crowds then were content just to stand and look. But today...
Well, they want to come away with a tangible souvenir of the encounter. Anything from an autograph to the suit of clothes the actor may be wearing.
Perhaps in 1927, the players sought attention with almost as much intensity as they avoid it now.
How true. Tom Mix was one of the big stars when I came here. He drove down Hollywood Boulevard in a snow-white car. It was upholstered in scarlet leather. He had his name on the doors and a huge set of steer's horns on the radiator cap. And baby Mary Osborne, the Shirley Temple of 1927, had a pale blue limousine that no one could miss, with a large blue ribbon bow on the wheel. Today, baby Marie is still a young girl. She's making her comeback at RKO. Now, last winter when I was in New York, I caught sight of a pair of stockingless ankles at one of the fashionable hotels. It was a bitter cold day, so naturally I was interested in seeing who had such hardihood. It was Nita Naldi, the great vamp of silent films. She was the first actress to dare appear without stockings. She wore the first backless sundress.
What were some of our present stars doing in 1927?
Well, a quiet little red-haired girl was playing Oriental types most successfully. That was Myrna Loy. Even then, she had ideas of her own as to her proper type. And finally, she fought her way to high comedy roles and stardom. Bill Powell was a heavy villain a decade ago. And Francesca Gall, the leading lady of Mr. DeMille's latest film, The Buccaneer, was entering the Hungarian State Stage Academy, from which she was later dropped, for lack of talent, of all things. But eventually, she amazed everyone by becoming the favorite actress of most Europeans. Gary Cooper was then a tall, rangy chap who played cowboy parts. Very small parts, by the way. He didn't care about a contract, he said. He expected to make as much as $100 a week someday as a newspaper cartoonist. In 1927, the first picture with dialogue, The Jazz Singer, sent the whole colony into a frenzy. Douglas Fairbanks Sr. fearlessly prophesied that talking pictures would be a failure, and if producers insisted on making them, would eventually ruin the industry. Norma Shearer was less emphatic, but thought they would be a dismal flop. She little dreamed she would one day play Noel Coward's sophisticated characters or do Romeo and Juliet with Leslie Howard, a name then unknown in the motion picture profession. Since I've shown this evening how Hollywood prophets have come to grief with their prophecies, I think it's only fair that I should lead with my chin and say that pictures in the near future will be entirely in color. In all honesty, I must admit that I thought producer Walter Wanger was a little touched in the head when he told me that 5 years ago. I can very safely make another prophecy. I'm not leading with my chin at all this time. Lux toilet soap will be as popular with the Hollywood stars of 10 years from now as it is today, and as it has been during the decade I have spent among them. Year by year, new stars take their places in the Hollywood firmament. We no longer write about Phyllis Haver or Billy Dove or Sue Carroll, of Beatrice Joy or Mary Philbin. We write now of Claudette Colbert and Simon Simon, of Louise Reiner and Joan Blondell, and a score of others who were unknown to movies a decade ago. But the men who began picture making, the great producers, never retire from their work because they fully understand the limitless future of this industry. I can think of nobody who exemplifies this statement more truly than our producer on this program, Cecil B. DeMille. I thank you.
Very generous of you, Molly. We'll now let Bing Crosby have a voice in the proceedings, accompanied by Joan Blondell.
What would you like for an obligato, Bing?
Oh, something about soap.
I'm forever blowing bubbles. How about it, Joan?
Burns here?
Well, this much about Lux. I think that Lux toilet soap is the finest soap in the world for for keeping complexions lovely and healthy and smooth. And in case there's any doubt in your mind, let me tell you right now, Mr. DeMille, that I use Lux soap every single day at home and at the studio.
You know, I've heard reports about that, too.
Speaking of reports, Mr. C, where'd you get that first name of yours? That sounds like one to me.
Well, I tell you, back in the knee breeches days when I was a wee little tyke, a mere broth of a lad, as we say in Spokane, I used to totter around the streets with a gun on each hip. My favorite after-school pastime was a game known as cops and robbers, and I didn't care which side I was on. When a cop or a robber came in view, I would haul out my trusty six-shooters, made of wood, and loudly exclaim, "Bing, bing." As my luckless victim fell, clutching his side, I would shout, "Bing, bing," and I'd let him have it again. Then as his friends came to his rescue, shooting as they came, I would shout, "Bing, da-da-bing, bing, 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 bing."
I'm surprised they didn't call you Killer Crosby. Now tell me another story, Grandpa.
No, so help me, that's the truth. Ask Mr. DeMille.
Now, vouch for it, Bing. Aren't you making your next picture another cops and robbers story?
Yeah, that's right. It's from the O. Henry yarn, The Badge of Policeman O'Roon. So here am I, playing cops and robbers again after all these years. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Bing, 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 bing,
I think
bing.
you got him, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, Joan.
Our plans for your entertainment next Monday night are announced presently by Mr. DeMille. We dedicated our program tonight to the American Red Cross, for by the Red Cross we mean you, the people of America, who are the sinew and heart of this magnificent organization. It was you, the volunteer workers and givers, who went to the aid of 1 million sufferers when winter floods devastated the Ohio River Basin. You nursed, clothed, and rebuilt, and provided for widows and orphans. There will be future disasters whose effects you must forestall. Victims of 1938 may be any of us. Guarantee them help now. Join the Red Cross through your local chapter. The roll is being called. Answer with your name. Give your support. Mr. Crosby appeared through courtesy of the Kraft Music Hall and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox Studios, where he's in charge of music for the new Shirley Temple film, Heidi. Mr. Frawley's new picture is Blossoms on Broadway. I return you now to Mr. DeMille.
A few weeks ago, we presented a play based on one of the first great dramas of Edna Ferber, Cimarron. A week from tonight,
we present our radio adaptation of one of her most recent triumphs, Come and Get It. An exciting story of the colorful timberlands, of a man who carved an empire, and of a girl he could never forget. Our play is the occasion for bringing you one of the greatest casts ever assembled on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater. It's headed by the same superb actor you saw in the film, Edward Arnold. And sharing stellar honors, Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in Come and Get It with Anne Shirley, Walter Brennan, Lou Ayres, Mary Nash, and Mady Christians. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melda Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all, king-size cigarettes brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. An unidentified woman is found murdered in a hotel room. Cause of death, strangulation. There's no lead to the identity of the killer. Your job, find him. The latest Fatima sales report shows thousands and thousands of king-size cigarette smokers are switching to Fatima.
For the month of October, coast-to-coast actual figures show Fatima sales are up 110%, or more than double.
Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes. Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
Remember, thousands of Americans are switching to extra mild Fatima. Next time, insist on the best, king-size Fatima, in the distinctive golden yellow package.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, October 27th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 1:35 p.m. when we got to the old Central Jail building, 3rd floor, the crime lab.
How you doing, Lee? Hi, Ben. Joe?
How's it going? Did you check the stuff yet?
Yeah, most of it. Come on back here.
Okay.
Well, this is all of it.
Did you find anything we can get a lead out of?
Nothing too good, no. I don't think you could identify it from what we've got here. The morgue post the body yet?
Yeah, just this morning. How about fingerprints, Lee? They find any in that hotel room?
No foreign prints, no. Dead end there. What about the woman's purse? Did it show anything? No chance. You can see the fabric here. Won't take a print.
Yeah.
Contents of the purse here, usual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Comb, lipstick, keychain, 1 key on it, half pack of chewing gum, coin purse, a dime, 2 nickels in it. That's all of it.
Yeah. According to the room clerk at the hotel, she had a wallet with her when she checked in. There's no sign of that, was there?
Nope, no sign of it in the hotel room either. Checked everything.
Is that the only piece of jewelry found on the body, that wedding ring there?
Yeah, it's a cheap ring. No markings on it. No way of tracing it. About the only thing I can tell you, she was pretty well dressed. That's an expensive bag there.
Yeah.
Sure not a cheap dress either. Same for a coat and shoes. They cost some money, too.
How about labels on any of that stuff?
One on the coat.
Yeah?
You can see right here. Benworth Department Store, Los Angeles. Coat's fairly new. They might be able to give you something on it.
Yeah, maybe.
The people at the hotel, get anything there?
Well, it could have been better, Lee. The woman checked in last night around 8 o'clock. She registered as John Ross and wife, L.A.
Anyone see the man with her?
No, nobody. Room clerk says the woman came in alone. She said her husband was out parking the car, so she registered for both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Clerk said he left the desk a few minutes after that. Figures the man must have come in sometime while I was gone. Nobody on duty at the desk after midnight. He could have left the hotel any time after that without being seen.
She registered at 8 p.m. The coroner says she died about 10:30.
You're not even sure there was a man with her, are you?
Yeah, the woman who was registered next door to the murder room, she told us she heard a man and a woman arguing. It was about 10 o'clock. Said it got pretty loud.
No idea who the woman really was, huh? I suppose that John Ross and wife business doesn't mean anything.
That's pretty doubtful. About all we got to go on is the physical description from the coroner. She was a small woman, 5'1", 99.25 pounds, wasn't that it, Ben?
Yeah.
Brown hair, blue eyes, about 31, 32 years old. We got her prints off to Washington.
Got any ideas?
We figured maybe it could be a psycho killer.
How'd you figure?
The coroner's report listed strangulation as the cause of death.
Yeah?
Whoever did it made sure her neck was broken. At approximately 6 o'clock that morning, in a second-floor room of a downtown hotel, the body of an unidentified woman was found murdered. Preliminary investigation failed to reveal the true identity of the victim or the killer. As far as physical evidence was concerned, there wasn't much to go on. The deep bruises on her neck and throat, along with the crushed vertebrae at the base of her skull, indicated a savage attack. 1:55 p.m. Through the label on the dead woman's coat, we traced the garment to a department store where it had been purchased, but they had no record on it. It was a cash purchase, and the salesgirl couldn't remember the customer. Investigation during the next 2 days failed to turn up any leads. We showed a morgue picture of the victim to bartenders, waitresses, parking lot attendants in the vicinity of the hotel. They couldn't identify her. We rechecked tenants and employees at the hotel. That got us nothing. Thursday, 5:48 p.m.
One answer I'd sure like to find.
Yeah?
The victim was a nice-looking woman, well-dressed, nice clothes. How come she'd stay in a cheap hotel down the neighborhood like that? It doesn't jibe for my money.
Well, that's hard to say.
Sure got me stopped. 2 days leg work and we're no play.
Well, we might be in better shape when we get that kickback from Washington.
I sure hope so.
Go ahead.
Hey, excuse me?
Well, yes, sir. Can we help you?
Well, no, I don't know. Guess that all depends. I'm waiting for a couple of detectives here.
Well, who is it you wanted to see?
A couple of detectives.
Well, who are they?
Well, it's pretty confidential, you know. I have to talk to them. Told me to see Friday and Romero. Ben Friday and Joe Romero, detectives handling the case.
Yes, sir. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Ben Romero. We're handling the case. What do you want to see us about?
You said you were working on that murder case? That woman they found in the hotel?
Yes, sir. That's right.
That's so? I see your badges?
Yes, sir. Here's our identification.
Mm-hmm. Read about that murder in the paper, you know. You better come over here.
Yeah.
You're going to thank me for this. I got all you want to know about that murder.
You mind telling us your name, sir?
I don't mind. Al P. Morgan. I was a good friend of hers, you know. Used to work with her.
You mean the dead woman?
It's the same one. I never forget her face, Maud McLeod. Saw that picture in the paper and I said to myself, there's old Maud.
You're pretty sure of that, are you, Mr. Morgan?
Sure, I'm sure. Maud McLeod. Used to work together in the circus. Maud was a bareback girl, you know, best in the country, real trooper.
What makes you so sure it's the same woman, Mr. Morgan? When was the last time you saw this friend of yours, this Maud McLeod?
Well, I used to see her all the time. Worked the old Sells Floater together. Got a photo of her.
You mind if we take a look at it, sir?
That's why I came down here. I want to help out. She's got to be identified. Well, let's see. Got it here somewhere. It's old Maud in her circus costume. Yeah, Here it is. Take a look at that. It's Maud, ain't it?
Well, I don't know, sir. Doesn't seem to be too much resemblance here.
Is that right?
Afraid you've made a mistake, Mr. Morgan. Thanks for your cooperation anyhow. Appreciate you coming in.
Well, sure it was Maud.
I get it. Homicide Friday. Oh, yeah, Frank. Uh-huh. Is that right? What'd it say? Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay, fine. No, we'll pick it up. Yeah, thanks.
Anything?
Communications. They got the kickback from Washington on the dead woman's fingerprints.
Any luck?
They got her identified. She worked at an aircraft plant during the war. Name's Doris Frazier.
I can't help but think you fellas are missing a bet. I knew that dead woman.
Well, she's already been identified, Mr. Morgan. We know who she is. Her name's Doris Frazier.
That's so.
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, what do you think of that? Old Maud. She went and changed her name.
Thursday, 6:35 p.m. Ben and I went down the hall to communications and got a copy of the kickback from Washington. The murder victim was identified as Doris Eileen Frazier. She applied for a position as a typist at the Eagle Aircraft Plant in Burbank in 1942. Next morning, we checked the personnel office at the plant, and we found that Doris Frazier had been employed as a typist from 1942 to 1944. In going over her application, we found her last known address listed as 7346 Oakdale Avenue. Her application stated she was single, with no previous employment, with no known relatives. We could uncover no further information on the girl. We drove across town to the Oakdale Avenue address, a large apartment building in a better-than-average neighborhood. The manager told us that Doris Frazier had lived there up to 8 months before. He said that a few weeks before she moved, she was married to a tall, dark-haired man, but he was unable to remember his name. The manager also told us that the newly married couple apparently began having trouble from the day that they were married. We checked the next forwarding address, a boarding house for women in the south end of the city. Ben and I interviewed the woman in charge, a Mrs. Frances Watson. We talked to her back in the kitchen of the boarding house while she polished a set of silverware.
I saw that picture in the paper. I didn't connect it with Doris, though. She was a much prettier girl when she lived here.
You say she left here about 18 months ago, Miss Watson?
Yes, maybe a little more. It might be closer to 2 years. I'd have to check my rent receipts to be sure.
Did you happen to know anything about the Frazier girl, Miss Watson? I mean, did you know much about her personal life at all?
Well, of course, I always insist on references. Any good boarding house does, you know. Doris was a nice girl in many ways. Of course, she had her shortcomings. I suppose we all do. When she first came here, she seemed like such a nice girl, and then she started to go downhill. I just don't know what got into her.
Well, how do you mean, ma'am? Was she in some kind of trouble?
Well, of course, when she first came here, we didn't know it, but she was married. This is a home for single girls. We have our rules and regulations just like any other respectable place.
Yes, ma'am, we understand.
Well, as we came to find out later, Doris wasn't only married, but she was fighting with her husband. I understand he wasn't much at all. She was thinking of getting a divorce, as a matter of fact.
Well, did you ever meet her husband, Miss Watson?
No, I never did. I suppose it's just as well I didn't. I understand that Doris left him after they'd been married only a few months.
Do you know what his name is, ma'am?
No, I have no idea. Or Doris always used her maiden name when she was with me.
Then you never saw this man, Miss Watson? He never came to the house here?
No, I didn't say I never saw him. I said I didn't meet him. Yes, there was once when he came to the house to see Doris.
And what was the occasion? You mind telling us about it?
Well, it was most unpleasant, I can tell you that. Let me see now. Yes, Doris had been here about 6 months. Even by that time, I was beginning to see the real side of the girl. No character, Sergeant, no character at all. It shows up every time.
Yes, ma'am. I wonder if you'd go on, please.
Well, as I was saying, it was after about 6 months when this man brought Doris home late one night, about a quarter till midnight, I'd say. Upset the whole house.
How was that, ma'am?
The two of them, this man and Doris, they stood right out there in the hall, had a terrible quarrel. The language, it was dreadful. The top of their lungs, too. My husband went out to quiet them down, but the man left before he had a chance to calm him down. He upset the whole house.
Now, this man that the Frazier woman was arguing with, you're sure that that was her husband?
Well, as sure as I can be. That's what Doris told me, anyway, the day after. I called her in and told her I just couldn't tolerate behavior like that. It upset her quite a bit, I remember. She cried, said it wouldn't happen again. That's when she told me she was trying to get a divorce.
Is that what the big argument was about? Would you know that?
Yes, she said she wanted a divorce, and her husband didn't. He wanted her back with him. Certainly is sad the way some people mix up their lives.
Yes, ma'am. By any chance, did you get a good look at this man, husband, I mean?
Well, he was tall and had dark hair. That's about all I remember. He was well-dressed, too.
I see. When Doris Frazier left here, Mrs. Watson, did she leave a forwarding address with you?
No, she didn't. I haven't any idea where she moved.
What kind of work was she doing while she was living here? Do you have any idea where she was employed?
Yes, that was one of the references she gave me. Furniture company. down on Venice Boulevard, if I remember correctly. I have the address in my record book. Certainly is unfortunate, the whole thing.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
He even tried to talk to her before she left. Sat her down and talked to her for a whole afternoon. I guess it was just a waste of time.
How's that, ma'am?
And trouble with her husband. Terrible thing. He seemed to treat her so badly, two of them fighting all the time. I believe she was actually afraid of him. She told me he was very jealous. He drank, ran around. That's why I couldn't understand it.
You couldn't understand what, ma'am?
Doris, when she moved away from here.
Yes, ma'am?
She said she was going back with her husband.
The landlady, Frances Watson, gave us the address of the furniture store where the murder victim had been employed, and we drove down to check with the personnel manager, a Mr. Collins. He said that Doris Frazier had been fired from her job 10 months before. He said she'd been let go because she was constantly late for work and that she got into the habit of asking for salary advances too often. Collins also told us that he'd heard about the trouble between the Frazier woman and her husband. He said he'd seen the husband in the store several times when he came to call for his wife. He identified the husband as Stephen Arnold. The description was approximately the same, a tall, well-dressed man, dark hair, heavy build. The personnel manager gave us the last known address they had on the victim. The following morning, we checked it out, an apartment hotel in the East Wilshire area. She was still registered there, together with her husband, Stephen Arnold, but the desk clerk told us that Arnold hadn't been living there for the past 3 months. He had no idea where Arnold had moved. He didn't know where he worked. While the desk clerk stood by, Ben and I went upstairs and checked the apartment.
Anything, Joe?
No, nothing.
Nothing in the bedroom. Like Lee says, she goes in for nice clothes, about all I can figure. Well, what you got there?
See it lying on the desk here. Looks like she started a letter and didn't get to finish it.
What's it say there?
Well, it's dated October 23rd. That's over a week ago. Says, Dear George, I've been meaning to write to you before, but that's all. That's as far as she got.
George. First time we've run into that name on this deal. Makes more than one man in her life.
Yeah, there's a couple of more letters here. They're all addressed to her unopened.
Let's see.
All we can go by are the return addresses. Telephone bill, ad from a woman's store, postcard, another ad. Here's something. Santa Monica postmark.
Yeah. Check the name on that return.
Yeah. Stephen Arnold. 12:35 p.m. We called the office and checked Stephen Arnold through R&I. He had no criminal record. The return address, which he'd listed on the envelope of the letter to his wife, was 10826 Pacific Front Boulevard. We located it on the beach just below Santa Monica. It was a small hamburger stand owned and operated by the dead woman's husband.
No, I haven't seen Doris for a couple months anyway. Why? I understand you had an apartment with your wife in the East Wilshire neighborhood. Is that right, Mr. Arnold? Yeah, that's right. Mind telling us why you left? No, I don't mind. Want to move closer to my work, that's all. That place is way too far out.
Well, how is it your wife didn't move with you, sir?
She wanted to stay close to town. Doesn't care for the beach much. Bad for his sinus, I guess.
Well, did you have an argument with your wife, Arnold? Some kind of a disagreement? Is that one of the reasons you moved?
Yeah, you might call it that. We're getting a divorce. That's so? Yeah, it was the best thing all the way around. Been nothing but fighting and scrapping the last year anyway. We decided to call it quits. Will you excuse me a minute? I got to put some cold drinks in this cooler here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Would either of you care for a cold drink?
No, no thanks.
Coke, maybe? No, thanks.
Did you get the divorce from your wife, Mr. Arnold?
Yeah, that's right. I'm divorcing her. Why do you want to know?
You remember that last time you saw your wife, the exact date, I mean?
No, I don't think I remember that. Been at least 3 months, I'll say that much. You spend most of your time down here at the beach, do you, Mr. Arnold? Yeah, that's right. I get into town once or twice a month. They sure you would like a Coke?
No, thanks.
I think I'll have one myself, if you don't mind. Sure, I get a cold one here. Water sure is cold. How about last Tuesday night, sir? You happened to be in town that night? Oh, last time was 2-3 weeks ago anyway. Went in to see a show. I was working here last Tuesday night. Work every night except Monday. It's the only night I'm closed up.
Uh-huh. Is there anyone who can vouch for that?
I don't think I get this. Why do you want to know?
Well, is there anybody who can vouch for you?
Well, sure. Half a dozen people anyway. A fellow runs a place next door, and the guys in the rest of the stalls up and down the way here, they can all vouch for me. I work till 1 a.m., same as usual. Hey, just a minute. Hey, Vic! Vic! Yeah, Steve? Hop over here for a minute. Something I want to talk to you about. Yeah, just a minute. Okay, Vic, thanks. He'll be right over. Hey, you fellas want a cup of coffee or anything? No, I wouldn't. Like to have change for that cigarette machine, though, if you don't mind. Oh, sure. There you are.
Oh, thanks.
Yes, Steve? Hey, these fellows are detectives, Vic. Guess about some kind of jam my wife got into. They want to know where I was last Tuesday night.
Yeah?
They want somebody to vouch for me.
Sure. Did you see Mr. Arnold last Tuesday night?
I was working next door. Steve was here all night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Millions heard it, yet only 52 have written.
Starting on Dragnet over 2 months ago, on September 20th to be exact, Fatima made a special money-back offer to more than 10 million listeners. The results? Amazing.
Millions heard it, yet only 52 have written.
If you smoke king-size cigarettes, listen to Fatima's famous offer.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy their extra mildness and superbly blended tobaccos. If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before December 1st, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Fatima's latest sales report shows Fatima sales up in every state in America. The month of October, coast to coast, actual figures show Fatima sales up 110%, or more than double.
Yes, thousands and thousands of Americans are switching to king-size Fatima. So why wait? Switch to Fatima today. Extra mild. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Saturday, October 31st, 2 p.m. Ben and I checked with a dozen different concession operators in the neighborhood of Stephen Arnold's eating place. They all corroborated the fact that on the night his wife had met her death in a downtown hotel, Arnold had been working at his stand until 1 a.m. Despite all the previous indications that he might have been responsible for the murder of his wife, we had to eliminate him as a possible suspect. 2:20 p.m. On the way back into town, we stopped by the apartment hotel where Doris Fraser was living at the time of her murder. After checking further with the tenants and with the help in the building, we found out that the victim had been in the habit of eating most of her meals at restaurants in the immediate neighborhood. After some 2 hours of checking and running into 6 restaurants, we found a small coffee shop 4 blocks from the apartment building where one of the waitresses identified Doris Fraser's picture.
Yeah, that's her, officer. Terrible picture, though. She looks so much older.
About how often would you say Miss Fraser came in here, ma'am?
Well, 3 or 4 times a week, I'd say. The bus stop's right out there on the corner. She'd usually have breakfast, then grab the bus and go to work. Some nights coming home from work, she'd stop in here for dinner. Nice girl, quiet.
Did you get to know her at all, miss? I mean, did you happen to know any of her friends here in the neighborhood?
No, as I say, she was a quiet person, not very talkative. Usually read while she was eating, book or magazine.
Uh-huh. Did she ever come in here with anyone else? Do you know that?
Yeah, quite a few times. She seemed to have a boyfriend. Of course, she was attractive, small, you know, but real cute looking.
Uh-huh. Do you happen to know any of these men?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Any one of them in particular she came in with very often?
Let's see. I think there was one, blonde, good dresser, kind of tall, good looking. They usually came in together for breakfast.
How long ago was this, miss? Do you recall?
Oh, I'd say up until a couple of weeks ago. I usually waited on him in the morning. That's how I happen to remember.
I see. Did you ever happen to hear this man's name?
Let me see. George, I think that was it, yeah.
Uh-huh. Would you happen to know if he lives in the neighborhood?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
Has this man been in here during the past week, do you know?
Yes, he has. He came in for breakfast.
What day was that?
This morning.
Before we left the coffee shop, we questioned the cashier who came up with the information that the man known as George usually left his car parked at the service station across the street. We left our card and asked the cashier to call us in case the suspect returned. At the service station, they also remembered the man known as George, but they told us he hadn't been in for the past month. They'd done some work on his car for him in the past, so they had a record of his license number. We called our DMV and found that the car was registered to a Carl Lucy in East Hollywood. 4:45 p.m. We drove out and interviewed Lucy at his home, but he came nowhere near the description of the suspect. He told us that he had purchased the car 6 weeks before from a man known as George Crane. He described Crane as tall, blonde, and well-dressed. From the bill of sale, we got Crane's address, a motel on East Manchester. The manager there told us that George Crane had moved a week before. He said that Crane had left no forwarding address, but he did remember where he worked. He was a driller in one of the oil fields down in Long Beach. We checked the oil company's personnel office downtown, but they were closed for the day. 6:18 p.m. We went back to the office and pulled the package on George Crane from R&I.
Get anything on him?
Yeah, he's got a record. Here's the package here.
Yeah.
Nothing very heavy. Drunk charge 2 years ago. Another one last year. Disorderly conduct. Resisting arrest. That's about all.
Let's see. Yeah, description checks out all the way.
You called the night office of that oil company, did you?
Yeah, they couldn't tell us anything. Said call back first thing in the morning. Want to reach you?
I got it, yeah. Homicide, Friday. Who? How's that, sir? Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, sir. No. No, sir, I'm afraid not. Yeah, thanks anyway. You bet. Yeah. Yeah, goodbye. Well, that does it.
Who was it?
That guy who was in here the other day. You remember that Alfred P. Morgan or whatever it was?
Oh, what did he want?
Wanted to buy us a drink. He's celebrating.
Huh?
His old friend Maud. He just found her. 8 a.m. the next morning, we checked with the personnel department of the oil company's downtown offices. They told us that George Crane was employed as a driller, that he'd been working for the company for the past 5 years, and that he had a good employment record. They told us he was on the day shift and that he was scheduled to report for work on Rig 619 at the Long Beach field at 8 o'clock that morning. Ben and I got in the car, drove down to Long Beach, where we located the murder suspect, George Crane, at work in the field.
Doris Frazier? No, I'm sorry, Sergeant. I don't think I know anybody by that name.
How about Doris Arnold, Mr. Crane? Would you know anybody by that name?
Arnold? No, I'm afraid not. What's it all about?
You own a car, do you, sir?
Yeah, that's it right over there, that dark sedan.
Yeah. Have you had it long?
Oh, I've had it a couple of weeks. Last one I had was giving me a lot of trouble.
Did you trade it in?
No, I sold it to a private party. Fell out in Hollywood.
You mind taking a look at this picture, Mr. Crane?
Yeah. Doesn't look like anybody I know. Why, am I supposed to?
We think you should, yes, sir.
I don't think I follow you.
Do you spend any time around the East Wilshire district, Crane?
East Wilshire, you said?
Yeah.
No, I've probably been over there a couple of times. Not lately, though.
How about the coffee shop on the corner of Gramercy and Marengo? You ever been in there?
Not that I remember, no.
Well, a waitress in that coffee shop and the cashier, too, they say they've got a pretty regular customer. He fits your description exactly. You sure you've never been in there?
Well, I'm not positive. I wouldn't swear I've never been in the place. What's the difference, anyway?
Well, how about that service station across the street from the coffee shop? You ever parked your car there? They ever do any work on it for you?
Oh, say, I bet I know the place you're talking about. Yeah, I've been there quite a few times. Good station. They done some good jobs on the car for me. I remember it now.
Well, then I guess you remember the coffee shop. Crane?
Yeah, I think I do now. Right across the street from the station, that it?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you want to know about it?
When's the last time you were in there, Crane?
Well, tell you the truth, I couldn't be sure.
Well, we talked to a waitress in there yesterday. She said you were in that morning for breakfast. Do you remember that?
She's way off the track on that one, I can tell you that. I wasn't near the place yesterday morning.
Well, the cashier remembers you, too. She says you were in. How about it, Crane?
Look, what difference does it make? What's this thing all about, anyway?
You want to take another look at this picture?
Well, I told you once, I don't know the woman. I never saw her before in my life.
Why don't you give it some thought?
Huh?
I said, why don't you give it some thought? You remembered East Wilshire. You remembered the service station. You finally remembered the coffee shop. Maybe you can remember her if you try.
I tell you, I don't know her. I never saw her in my... Look, let's go in the shed where we can hear each other, huh?
All right.
Yeah, that's a little better, huh?
The waitress in the place says you were in there quite a few times with a woman. You usually came in for breakfast. You stopped going there about 2 weeks ago.
I don't know her.
What's the matter, Crane? You figure you got something to hide?
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know her. What do you figure she's got to do with me, anyway?
We checked her apartment, mister. We found a letter she was writing to you. You about ready to tell us?
What's a letter? That doesn't mean anything. Can't prove anything by the letter. What are you thinking, anyway?
We think you're lying, Crane. We think you got a reason for it. What do you say?
Doesn't prove anything. Maybe I knew her, and that doesn't mean anything at all.
We think it does.
Yeah?
We think you killed her.
That the way it looks to you?
That's the way it looks.
I don't think you can prove it.
We're going to try. Now, how about it?
Will it go any easier for me if I admit it?
That's not up to us.
I don't know why I did it. What am I going to give for a reason? I don't know why I killed her.
I wouldn't know, Crane.
Didn't really have any reason. That sounds funny, doesn't it? No reason at all. I just killed her. What am I going to tell him? If I don't have a reason, how can I ask him to let me off easy? How can I ask him?
I don't know, but they'll have an answer.
story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 8th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 92, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, all of us on Dragnet sincerely hope that all of you enjoyed a happy Thanksgiving. And now, for a moment, we'd like to look ahead, pass along a gift suggestion for the coming holidays. Your neighborhood dealer now has Fatimas in colorful, smart Christmas wrappers. You'll find they make a perfect gift. Fatima's extra mildness and better flavor, Fatima quality, is bound to please every king-size cigarette smoker. Remember, this holiday season, give your friends Fatima in the distinctive new Christmas carton. Fatima, best of all king-size cigarettes.
George Martin Crane was tried and convicted in Superior Court of murder in the first degree. He is now serving a life term in the state penitentiary. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, Counter Spy fights international intrigue. Stay tuned to NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Broadcast 109. Be on the lookout for Jules Rubin. Described as white American, age 26 years. 168 pounds. This man is suspected of stealing a valuable diamond brooch from Polly Moran, the moving picture actress. That's all. Say, who's putting on this program? Santa Claus. Who? Santa Claus, better known as the Rio Grande Oil Company. How come? What do you mean? Well, Santa Claus is always giving something to somebody, and it seems to me the Rio Grande Oil Company plays Santa Claus the year round. For example? Well, Rio Grande gives the public this Calling All Cars program free. So what? And they give away a free publication every month, the Calling All Cars News, to anyone who comes into a Rio Grande station. And they're giving away junior detective outfits free to thousands of boys and girls. Give me more. And Rio Grande G-Gas gives the motorist the first guaranteed quality gasoline in a low-price market. No, I know the rest. Don't tell me. And Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives more power, more speed. And it gives more economical miles. Don't forget that. I wasn't going to forget it. I was going to say it. And also that Rio Grande Cracked is the only gasoline that gives you police car performance. Hey, wait a minute. Who's giving this announcement? You or I? Rio Grande gives gasoline the most elaborate and most costly refining process known to create cracked gasoline. Yet, it gives the extra benefits of this extra costly process to the motorist at no extra cost. And there's one more thing that you've given us, Santa Claus. Yes? What's that? A sales talk. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis. Good evening, friends. The cooperation of law enforcement agencies, be they municipal, county, state, or national, is a vital necessity in our battle against crime. if every group of authorities seek only to cover themselves with glory and refuse to cooperate with other groups, then the criminal has a distinct advantage at every turn. The brilliant success of the Department of Justice G-Men in their spectacular battle against crime was helped at every turn of their work by the wholehearted cooperation of local authorities all over the country. Individuals in county and city who have faced their own desire for fame and publicity in their desire to see the criminal brought to justice. It is this sort of cooperation that your police department seeks to give. The story you are about to hear is an example of such tactics. Although the men under my command played a vital part in the capture of the Polly Moran jewel thief, still their part was only one of the cogs in the vast law enforcement machine which, when it functions as smoothly as it did in this case, is tantamount to a federal police force.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, Calling All Cars is proud to present tonight Miss Polly Moran, who reenacts the exciting predicament in which she found herself when she was robbed en route to Hawaii 2 years ago. Calling All Cars presents the Polly Moran jewel robbery. Sunset on the Pacific, and against the flaming rim of the Western Ocean, where nature is burning a day, the majestic silhouette of a luxury liner, the steamship Aloha, Honolulu bound. Tomorrow morning, the lush green islands will greet the gay crowd as they emerge on deck in the sparkling Hawaiian sunlight. But this evening, aboard the Aloha, there is other sparkle. The sparkle of champagne bubbles brimming over crystal glasses. The sparkle of diamonds on the bosoms of lovely women. The sparkle of clever conversation as a dozen world-famous celebrities stand to witticism. It is cocktail hour in Mississippi. In one corner of the smoking room, a group of admiring women are gathered around Polly Moran, famed screen star, who is on a belated honeymoon with Martin Malone for less than 6 months. The object of conversation is Miss Moran's diamond brooch, a unique piece she wears on her blouse.
I've never seen anything like it in my life before. But forget it, Miss Moran. Well, I'll tell you, this little piece of hardware has a history. Do tell us about it, Miss Moran. Well, it's this way. When I was starting out on the stage years and years ago... Oh, now, Miss Moran, it couldn't have been that long ago. I don't remember mentioning the number of years. Oh, Miss Moran, how you do go on. You came off the street as on, aren't you? Go on. Do tell us about the brooch. Well, as I was saying, when I started out on the stage, I decided to buy a pair of diamond earrings. It was probably reckless extravagance, but I've always had a passion for diamonds. Well, who hasn't? Yes, a few of us can afford to indulge in it. How did your diamond earrings become a brooch? Well, I'm coming to that. One day a jeweler I knew in New York suggested I have the earrings made into a brooch, and then I could add stones to it from time to time. I thought it was a good idea, so we created this design. And every time I've been in a hit, I've added a diamond to the brooch. And every time I've been a flop, I haven't mentioned it. What a splendid idea. From the looks of it, you've been in plenty of hits. Oh, I'm very modest about that. It certainly is beautiful. Moran, I'm actually afraid of losing it. Oh, I've mislaid it a dozen times, but it always bobs up again. It's my good luck piece. My husband scolds me for being so careless about what jewelry I have. I should think he would. There he is, coming into the smoking room now. If you'd pardon me, I'd like to speak to him. Of course. Yes, by all means. Marty, lend me a helping hand. Save me.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, those gals over there, they've been driving me nuts. Asking me some questions about my pin and kicking the dirt about Hollywood parade.
Well, the price is paid, my dear.
Yes, but I'm on a vacation. I'm not in an autographing mood.
Oh, by the way, don't forget Captain's dinner tonight.
Oh, that's right. I think I'll go down to the cabin and take a little nap. You coming?
No, I don't think so. Not just yet. I'll join you later.
Okay, Marty.
Miss Moran retires to her cabin and lies down for a nap, leaving the door unlocked so her husband can get in without awakening her. Some time later, she wakens from a deep sleep with the realization that she is not alone in the cabin. Silhouetted against the blue tropical night seen through the open porthole is the figure of a man.
Who's there? What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gee, I got into the wrong stateroom. Yeah, my wife told me not to take that last sidecar.
Well, you'd better listen to her the next time.
Yeah, I'm awfully sorry.
Oh, that's all right, but if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to sleep.
Sure. Sorry to have troubled you.
And a little while later, Martin Malone comes down to the stateroom's dress. He awakens Miss Moran. They speedily make preparations for the captain's dinner. As they are about to leave the room, Miss Moran, putting the last finishing touches to her makeup, turns to her husband.
Marty, hand me my pin, will you?
Yeah, sure. Where is it?
In the upper right-hand drawer of that dressing table.
Okay. I can't find the thing. Are you sure you left it here?
I certainly am.
Well, it certainly isn't here.
What? Let me see. Marty, I remember now. He must have stolen it.
Who must have stolen it?
While I was taking a nap, somebody came in here. I woke up and he sounded drunk. Instead, he'd gotten into the wrong stateroom by mistake.
Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, what did he look like?
I don't know that either. It was dark in here. Oh, why didn't I turn on the light? Oh, Marty, I bet that man's got my pin.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't get so excited. It isn't lost. Probably you didn't put it in that drawer.
Oh, yes, I did. I remember perfectly. I'll never forgive myself. That pin meant so much to me. It's the sentiment more than the value. Oh, Marty, this is terrible. My trip's ruined.
Miss Moran and her husband immediately report the best to the ship's officers, who promise their wholehearted cooperation in capturing the thief. In the first officer's cabin, Miss Moran and her husband are questioned.
Now, Miss Moran, do either you or Mr. Malone suspect anyone of taking your pin?
Well, no, I can't imagine who would do it. Certainly nobody here acquainted with on board.
Say, Polly, how about that big fat guy from Pittsburgh who's always shooting off his face? I wouldn't put anything past him. I always have felt he was a phony.
Maybe he's a phony, Mark, but I don't think he's a sneak thief.
Well, he doesn't look to me as though he belongs on a cruise like this.
Oh, I don't think he'd stoop that low.
Well, I'll be darned if I know who to suspect. Unless... Say, Polly, remember that bird who tried to crash all our parties?
Oh, yes. You mean Mr. Reuben, the one who gets so rough in the deck sport.
Yeah, that's the bird. What did you say his name is?
Reuben's the only name I know him by.
Let me look at the passenger list. Yes, here he is. Reuben. Jules Reuben.
I wouldn't be surprised if they...
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Lyson.
Oh, hello, miss.
I heard about your pin being stolen, Polly. That's darn tough luck.
Yeah.
I have an idea I can identify the thief.
You have?
Yes. As I was coming down the companionway this evening, about 6 o'clock, I saw a man come out of your stateroom.
What did he look like?
Well, I didn't see his face. His back was turned toward me, but he was short and heavy set.
That's the very man we've been talking about. I'm sure he's ticket. We've got to get him arrested as soon as we get into Honolulu, Marty.
No, not so fast, Polly. If we're wrong, we can get into a nasty damage suit for false arrest.
But I'm sure we're not wrong. I'm positive he's the thief.
Over his loud and futile protests, Reuben's baggage is searched. While he threatens the steamship line with devastating lawsuits, every possible hiding place in his cabin is examined. But Miss Moran's pin is not found. Next morning, when the Aloha docks, Polly Moran's first visit after she is registered at the hotel is to the office of Chief of Police Gabriel in the Honolulu. She tells the chief her story.
And frankly, I'm more convinced than ever that Mr. Reuben stole my pin. That man has a guilty conscience. Don't ask me why I'm so certain, but I am. Call it a woman's intuition or what you will, but I know Jules Reuben stole my pin.
Well, Miss Moran, we will certainly do everything in our power to get it back for you. We don't like visitors to the island to be as unhappy as you are. We'll bring this Mr. Reuben in here and see if we can't make him tell the truth. Reuben is placed in custody at the hotel and taken to headquarters where he is grilled for hours. But he denies everything. After an afternoon of fruitless questioning, Chief Gabrielson is forced to release Reuben. and Martin Malone persuades Miss Moran to apologize for the inconvenience he has caused. The Hollywood pair call upon Reuben to the hotel. The alleged garment sales.
So I hope there won't be any hard feelings, Mr. Reuben. I was sure I recognized you as the man who came into my stateroom last night. I guess I was wrong, and I just want to apologize.
That's about time.
Well, yes, I guess it is.
You realize, I suppose, that you ruined my vacation and made me an object of suspicion everywhere I go on this island?
Yes, and I'm sorry, Mr. Reuben.
I should think you would be.
Well, I guess there's nothing more to say.
No, not that I can think of. You said it all last night. Good afternoon, Miss Moran.
Why, that dirty
Come on, boy. Let's go out in that swell Hawaiian sunshine and cool off.
Oh, I've never been so angry in my life. That beast, that boor. I tell you, Marty, I'm more positive than ever that he took it. I know that's the man that got my pin.
Apparently, Mr. Rubin's trip was completely ruined by the accusations made against him. For when the Aloha sailed for Los Angeles the next day, he was aboard her for the return trip. Although under constant surveillance throughout the trip, he does nothing suspicious. Nevertheless, he is destined to have a reception committee upon his arrival in San Pedro. For the day before the Aloha is due to dock, Cuba Detective Associate of the Los Angeles Police Department receives a cablegram which causes him to send for Captain Jack Trainer of the fugitive trail. Captain Trainer assigns Detectives C.N. Erickson and J.S. Holmes to reach the Aloha and arrest Reuben on suspicion of robbery. Next morning, as the beautiful white liner rides at anchor in the outer harbor, the two detectives board her from a Bobby's water taxi. A few minutes later, the purser is pointing out Reuben to them. When the two officers agree that Lester will be in his slip, they will not arrest him until he sets foot within the Los Angeles city limits. That is, until he's on the dock. So it is, as Reuben picks his way down the gangplank, Erickson and Cohn are close behind him. When he steps onto the dock, you're under arrest, Reuben.
What?
Will you come along quietly?
Arrested me for that Tony Moran piece, huh? But you're barking up the wrong tree. They couldn't pin it on me in Honolulu, and you can't do it here. I'm innocent.
Well, that's okay with us, but you're wanted at headquarters for questioning. Now, how about it? We have to handcuff you and drag you in?
Now, take your hands off me, copper. I'll go along with you, all right.
Reuben is escorted bag and baggage to City Hall, and while his luggage is being thoroughly searched, Captain Trainer and the arresting officers question him in the office. But Reuben sticks to his story.
Now, listen, boys, I'm getting sick and tired of this prosecution. I don't know anything about that sin of Tony Moran, and she knows I don't. Why, she apologized to me for accusing me before I left the island.
How come you left so suddenly?
Well, the provocation I'd had there. Everybody in Hawaii was pointing at me and saying I'd swipe the diamond pin. There was no sense in trying to enjoy myself in that atmosphere.
What do you find in this bag, Justin?
Nothing much.
Clothes, traveler's checks, but no diamond pin.
What'd they tell you?
Have you ever been arrested before?
No, never.
Well, and naturally, you won't object to being fingerprinted.
I should say I will. You can't treat me like a common criminal.
Fingerprints are a good thing, Mr. Reuben. You see, we'll just take a set of elimination prints and prove to ourselves that you've never been arrested before. That is, if you're telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth, and I refuse to be fingerprinted. I demand to see an attorney.
You're in a funny spot to be demanding things, Reuben. Now, you'll save us all a lot of trouble and excitement by coming into the next room with me until I fingerprint you, because whether you like it or not, that's exactly what I intend to do. Over Reuben's loud protest, he is indeed fingerprinted. And within half an hour, the records are checked.
I tell you, Captain, you're hunting for a lot of trouble. When I get out of this, I'm going to burn you right. I'll slap a suit on you for false arrest at the same time that I shoot Polly Moran for defamation of character. I'm a respectable salesman, and I've never been mixed up in any crooked work.
We'll see. We'll see. Here you are, Captain. I just finished making a check. Let's see. Well, you've never been in trouble before, huh, Reuben? According to these cards, you were arrested in 1923 for suspicion of robbery. How about that?
Well, it was suspicion. They didn't prove nothing. I was just a punk kid, and I thought it'd be smart to steal a dame's purse. But I give it back and she didn't prosecute. There's nothing to that beat.
No? Well, how about the time in 1927 when you were accused of stealing an automobile in Newark, New Jersey?
That was all a mistake.
Oh, a mistake. What do you mean? To steal the car? How much time did you serve?
Not a day. I tell you it was a mistake.
Why don't you come clean and tell us where Polly Moran's kin is? She's a good friend of our department, and we want to get her kin back to her now. How about it?
Say, I admire Polly Moran myself. I got to know her pretty well on that trip to Honolulu. If I had a pin, I'd give it back to you. But I ain't got it, and I don't know where it is.
Reuben, you're lying.
Now, you listen to me, Captain. I know a thing or two about the law myself. You had your fun questioning me. You dug up a couple of charges against me 10 years ago. But you can't prove I ever served at age time. You've searched me and you haven't found a thing. You haven't got a single piece of evidence against me, and you can't hold me on suspicion any longer. You've got to prove my guilt, and you haven't proved a thing. I'm going to walk through that door out of this joint a free man, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Am I right?
I'm afraid you are, Reuben. Reuben was right, and the officer knew it. Convinced though he might be of Reuben's guilt, he could not hold him without evidence, and of evidence he had none. So Reuben goes free. But even as he's rolling in a transcontinental train, the net of the law is slowly closing in on him. The next morning, a New York City detective named Wesley Zuber points out an interesting news item to his partner, Detective Edward Erbacher, as they report for duty. Eddie, take a look at this story in this morning's paper. What? Oh, this one here about Polly Moran having a diamond pin stolen from her on the steamship Aloha? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I read it. What about it? You suppose that this guy the Los Angeles Ditch had to let go is the bug we've been looking for those steamship burglaries the past few months? Hardly likely that the guy who went to the Atlantic and the Pacific. Well, I think it's worth a try. What are you going to do? Check those steamship lines that reported robberies and see if the name Jules Reuben appears on the passenger list. 2 days' inquiry informs the officers that the name Jules Reuben has appeared on 6 different passenger lists during the preceding 3 months. And on every boat on which Reuben has sailed, burglaries have occurred. Suspicions definitely aroused. Erbacher and Zuber request all steamship companies operating on the West Coast, the East Coast, and the Great Lakes to report if one Jules Reuben books passage on any one of their boats. They have not long to wait, for within a week the phone rings on Zuber's desk. Detective Bureau. Zuber speaking.
Lieutenant Zuber, this is Mr. Hornbuckle, Company of Traffic Manager of the New York East Coast Steamship Line.
Yes?
Have you requested information regarding one Jules Reuben?
Yes.
Mr. Jules Reuben and wife have booked passage from New York to Nassau aboard the SS Hamiltonian.
When she sailed?
Go out tomorrow.
Good. We'll go to cabin next to Mr. Reuben for a Mr. Edward Erbacher.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, and thank you.
And what is this?
We're taking a trip to Nassau, son.
What?
Yeah. Our Mr. Reuben sailing day after tomorrow on the Hamiltonian. And you're going to become his best friend on the trip, you lucky stiff.
Well, that's swell, but why don't you take the trip yourself? You're better at that sort of thing.
Not really. If I could, I would. But I got to appear in court on Monday and at my ready to. The job's yours, Eddie. Fix with him and knock him over as soon as he pulls a job. But Reuben pulls no jobs on this voyage, and Erbacher must remain content only to make the acquaintance and not the arrest of the gentleman. Back in New York once more, Zuber and Erbacher startled Reuben and his wife to their hotel, and engaged a nearby room. Install a dictaphone behind the gate. Learn that Reuben is leaving the next day for San Francisco. The officers watched him as he boarded the westbound bus, and then returned to Pittsburgh. You think we ought to let him get out of town, Eddie?
Sure, we haven't anything on him. Give him enough rope and he'll hang himself.
Yeah, but we won't do that. It's just the rope.
Well, we'll do the next best thing.
What?
I'm going to get wires off to the chiefs of police in Buffalo, Detroit, Chicago, Omaha, Salt Lake City, San Francisco, and every other town of this size along the route that bus is taking. I'll give them Reuben's description. Ask them to shadow him if he leaves the bus in their city. That boy doesn't know it, but he's going to have more police attention than the President of the United States on his transcontinental trip.
The telegrams go out, and for nearly a week there is no answer. Then the New York Police Headquarters comes to reply.
Detective Lieutenant Edward Erbacher, New York Police Department, New York City. Your man arrived here by bus this morning, registered at the Golden West Hotel, went aboard the steamship Aloha on a visitor's pass this afternoon, remained about a half hour, then checked out of hotel and purchased a railway ticket to New York. Left Oakland here on eastbound train at 8:35 tonight. Inspector Thomas McNulty, San Francisco Police Department.
That eastbound train, as it was crossing the prairies late one night.
Porter! Come here, I say. Yes, the boss. Can't you read that sign? Quiet is requested for the benefit of those that is retired. Oh, I care for the sign. I've been robbed. You've been robbed? I've robbed. Somebody just reached in between the curtains of my berth and lifted my watch and pocketbook. Call the conductor at once. In Chicago, when Jules Rubin changes trains and boards the 20th Century Limited for New York, every move he makes is watched by railroad and city police. And as this black trial roars over the water-level route along the straightaway bordering Lake Erie, whistles flashing the black stillness of the summer night, 4 sleeping passengers are relieved of their valuables by running clean hands with a midnight marauder. And early the next morning, at a small station in upper New York State, a passenger switched to a light. Good heavens, are you getting off here?
Yeah, why?
If your ticket reads through to New York.
What's it to you? You're the conductor. I've decided to stay up here for a couple of days.
Yes? And I've got orders to take you into New York.
For what?
Well, it tipped off to look for you. We've seen you pull every one of those jobs last night.
You're crazy.
They know you've got stolen property on you. They're going to lock you in a compartment until the company police take you off the train at the Grand Central Station.
That's so?
Okay, Eddie. Give the boys the highball. Railroad police meet Rubin when the 20th Century pulls into the Grand Central and are questioning him when Detective Fairbacher, Rubin's erstwhile traveling companion on the trip to Nassau, arrives. All right, Rubin. Come clean.
I tell you, it's an lousy frame-up. I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you, as you know.
Oh, Rubin. How things?
What? Who are you?
Don't you remember me?
Never saw you before in my life.
You really shouldn't forget two old pals like that, Rubin. Don't you remember the pleasant trip we had to Nassau in the Jennings cabin? Of course, you didn't know then that I was a police officer.
You're crazy.
And the robbers, the 3-handed bridge I played with you and your wife? How's it a woman bit away?
Leave out of it, will you? He's absolutely innocent.
How about you?
I guess you got me all right. Now, you keep my wife out of this, and I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know about those steamship jobs. I'll even tell you about one you don't know about.
If you think you can, I'll put in with you. I've checked you both ways against the middle. I know all about you.
Yeah? Well, you don't know about that Polymaran's boat.
I know you stole it.
Sure I did, and I pulled a fast one on those dumb dicks, too. Sure I stole it. But they never found it on me, did they?
No. What'd you do, swallow it?
And get 100 carat stomachache? Not much.
Well, come on, still. How'd you get it off the boat?
I hid it in the light fixture and you steal it in my cabin. Right after I snatched it, see? I know those Los Angeles dicks that picked me up on the return trip, so I just left it there. And then a couple of weeks ago, I checked when the Aloha would be in dock, went out to San Francisco, walked on the boat, went to my cabin, and there was the ice right when I'd left it, right in the light fixture. Better than a safe deposit and cheaper.
Yeah, but not safer. What'd you do with it?
Sold it to a guy on Howard Street and fished off a $300.
You got zipped. It was worth $5 grand.
Yeah, I know. But what can a guy do? And anyway, it wasn't the money that mattered so much. It was the principle of the thing. Keeping all those smart coppers.
I wonder who's going to laugh last. Rubin, expanding as he reflects on his hitherto successful career of crime, makes a 6-page confession of his perjury, admitting to the theft of nearly $100,000 worth of property, on which he had realized little more than 10% in cash. While Rubin remains in the federal detention prison awaiting trial, Detective Fairbacher journeys west to recover some of the stolen property, among which is Miss Moran's throat. Finally, one day in November 1934, 3 months after Polly Moran's lucky boat had disappeared, Detective Fairbacher hands it back to her in her dressing room in the Capitol Theater in New York, while she is making personal appearance.
I don't know what to say to you, Lieutenant Fairbacher. Really, I don't know how to thank you.
No need to, Miss Moran. This is part of our job. Very happy part, I admit. And we can return to people with things they've lost.
Well, there's only one thing I have to say, Marty.
Oh, what is it, Cook?
I'm sorry I ever apologized to that guy Rubin. I knew he had my pin all the time.
Jules Rubin went on trial in the United States court, as most of his crimes were committed upon the high seas. And on October 8, 1934, he was sentenced to serve 2 years on the charge of theft committed on an interstate passenger train.
An additional 2-year suspended sentence was imposed for the theft of Miss Moran's brooch while on board the Honolulu-bound steamer. Thank you, Chief Davis. This was one calling all cars program without shots and screams and sirens and speeding police cars. But there are very few communities where you cannot hear right now the shriek of the sirens as ambulances and fire engines speed to the rescue, or police cars pursue some lawbreaker. More of these cars are using Rio Grande cracked gasoline than any other brand. And Rio Grande was chosen because it gives better performance in emergency. To you thousands of motorists who now have your tanks full of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, police car performance means safer driving. You always have the power and speed to snatch your car out of danger in traffic emergency. Drive carefully so you won't need the help of police, but can enjoy police car performance in your own car. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 109 regarding the theft of Polly Moran's diamond brooch. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Those who vote. For every boy and every girl, everywhere Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsay, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. Rumble.com/C/GAR.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the new territory and the memory of his deeds will remain with us as long as the memory of the early West itself. Now return with us to those thrilling days when adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cottonwood River. Tonto's waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver!
For months, there had been rumors of a threatened Indian uprising under the leadership of Chief Little Bear. Major Carson, in command of Fort Mason, sent Captain Stewart with a large force to find and pacify the rebellious tribesmen. Stewart led his men toward the Cottonwood River country, where Little Bear had been last seen, and there began his search. It is night as our story opens. Captain Stewart, seated at a table on which he has spread a large map, is dismissing one of his men.
That will be all for now. See to the guard, and then you can retire.
Thank you, sir.
Let's see. Here's where the cottonwood bends, and here's where Little Bear used to have his village. If he's anywhere around, he should be...
Captain Stewart.
What the...
I want to talk to you.
A masked man. Where's the sentry?
Keep
Where's
the voice down, Captain.
But I don't...
I'm not an outlaw. All I want is some information.
You must be an outlaw. You wouldn't come
Never
in...
mind that now. What have you brought these troops here for?
That's none of your business.
Perhaps I can guess your purpose.
Yes?
Tonto and I have heard stories about Little Bear. It's been said he may go on the warpath. My guess is that you've been sent here to find him.
You seem to be well informed.
I came to offer our help.
I don't take help from outlaws.
You'll need experienced scouts to get on Little Bear's trail. And Tonto can read trail signs better than any white man.
Tonto?
He's my friend, Captain. An Indian. You've nothing to lose by accepting our aid.
Your offer is serious?
It is.
There's no denying I need all the help available.
You do, if you expect to capture Little Bear. He's an experienced troublemaker, Captain.
One moment. You said you had a friend by the name of Tonto.
I have.
Stranger, what's the name of your horse?
He's called Silver.
Silver. Tonto. Good. I'll take your offer. And if you help us catch Little Bear, you'll have done a service worthy of the Lone Ranger.
But Chief Little Bear, informed of Captain Stewart's expedition, had already left the Cottonwood River country and one day appeared at the very walls of distant Fort Mason. The first daring attack of the Indians came perilously close to success, but rallied by Major Carson, the soldiers barricaded the gates and returned a murderous fire upon the savages.
Every man to his post. Fire at will.
Major Carson.
What is it, man?
Lieutenant Price reports that the Indians are withdrawing on his side of the fort, sir.
Good. That means the first attack is probably over.
Yes, sir.
We'll have time to organize our defenses.
Any orders, Major?
None for the present. They are falling back.
If you'll excuse me, sir, Lieutenant Price asked me to report back to...
Wait.
Yes, sir?
Tell the lieutenant I wish to see him in battalion quarters. Summon all the officers. This may develop into a siege. We'd better take counsel now while we have the opportunity.
As Major Carson predicted, the Indians, confident of success, stubbornly pressed their advantage. They surrounded the fort, and though none of their attacks broke through, they made escape impossible. On the evening of the third day, the Major called Lieutenant Price to his quarters.
You called me, Major?
I did, Lieutenant. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
There now. Lieutenant, our situation is serious.
I realize that.
We can't hold out indefinitely. Chief Little Bear wouldn't have dared attack the fort if he didn't know that half our force is away with Captain Stewart.
But how could he have known?
That's something I'd like to find out. But never mind that for the present. Our problem is to discover a way to get in touch with the captain.
That won't be easy, sir.
But it isn't impossible. And it has to be done. For one thing, our supplies are running low.
Yes?
We have ammunition for a week at most. Our food will probably last as long.
And then?
And then, Lieutenant, if Captain Stewart doesn't arrive to relieve us, we're through.
Have you something in mind, sir?
Lieutenant, we'll have to get a messenger through the Indians with orders for Captain Stewart's return.
It would take a good man to do that.
I've sent for a good man.
You have? But
He'll leave tonight, at once, as soon as I've given him his orders.
That's rather short notice, isn't it?
Lieutenant, I have a special reason for this short notice. Aside from the necessity of aid at the earliest possible moment.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'm almost certain we have someone in the fort who has been supplying Chief Little Bear with information.
But that's impossible.
The Indians knew of Captain Stewart's absence.
Perhaps.
They made their attack at a time when our supplies were low.
Only coincidence, sir.
Uh-huh. But I don't like that kind of coincidence.
Oh, but surely you don't believe any of our men would sell us out.
Such things have happened before. Chief Little Bear would pay well for any information.
I can't agree with you.
Well, at any rate, I'm sending a messenger before the Indians can learn we plan to make the attempt.
I wouldn't advise it, Major. I think...
Who is it?
Sergeant Morton is here, sir.
Send him in. Close the door, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, I have a job for you. But it's a volunteer detail. You'll not be punished if you don't accept it.
That's all right, sir.
Someone must get through the Indian lines with a message for Captain Stewart. But there's more than an even chance that whoever makes the attempt won't succeed alive.
I can do it, Major, if anybody can.
You're willing to try?
I sure am.
But look here.
It has to be done, Lieutenant. Sergeant, the captain is somewhere in the Cottonwood River country.
Yes, sir.
You should have no difficulty getting on his track if you dodge the Indians.
I'll find the captain, sir.
Fine. And when you do, tell him to bring his men by way of Buffalo Pass. The Indians will expect any reinforcements to come by way of the lower trail. We don't want those men ambushed.
Yes, sir.
It's dark now. Can you start immediately?
Sooner the better.
Come. I expected your answer. My orderly should have your horse ready. If you're mounted, you'll stand a better chance of breaking through.
Right, sir.
I'll come with you, Major.
If you wish.
But I still protest against this action, sir. I believe the sergeant should be given more time for preparation.
I've told you why that isn't possible, Lieutenant. There's my orderly now. He's ready for you, Sergeant.
Is that him at the small gate?
Yes. Come on.
Major, you don't plan to unbar one of the gates, do you?
Of course I do. There's not that much danger.
But what...
It'll only be for a moment. Orderly.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Morton will get mounted. When he says he's ready, you'll open the gate, let him through, then close it at once.
Very good, sir.
You can still withdraw, you know, Sergeant, if you feel you can't make it.
I'll see it through, Major. Steady there. I'm ready, sir.
The gate, orderly.
Yes, sir.
And, Sergeant, the best of luck.
Thank you kindly, sir, but I won't...
You fool. Put out that mask, Lieutenant.
But,
if that light was seen...
I'm sorry, sir. I just wasn't thinking.
It seems not. Sergeant, you better be on your way before anything's noticed.
I'm going, sir. Get up there, boy. Come on. Get up now. Come on, boy.
There. He's gone. We can only pray he'll make it now. Close the gate, orderly.
Yes, sir. Shall we be getting back, Major?
Wait.
What?
I want to listen. If there's no alarm, then... What was that?
I don't know.
Listen.
Probably just some nervous redskin firing into shadow, Major.
What if it wasn't, Lieutenant? If it wasn't...
In the meantime, Captain Stewart, alarmed by his failure to find a sign of the Indians he'd been sent to locate, was undecided what course to pursue. We see him now as he stands outside his tent watching the approach of a lone horseman.
I wonder. Yes, it is the masked man.
Come on, Silver!
I hope he has news.
Oh, Silver, old fellow. Oh, steady there.
You found Chief Little Bear?
Not a sign of him, Captain.
I was afraid of that.
Has Tonto returned yet?
He came back an hour ago. He found nothing either.
And I believe there's only one thing you can do, Captain.
Yes?
Return to the fort. Chief Little Bear isn't in this district.
But to return without accomplishing my mission, or without orders from Major Carson...
The fort itself may be in danger.
That's what worries me.
Chief Little Bear is clever, and it'd be like him to attack the fort in your absence.
If there were only some way of knowing.
You can't return without orders?
Only in case of necessity. The Major made that plain when he sent me out. We were to continue until we found those Indians.
I have a suggestion to make, Captain.
Yes?
Tonto and I have done all that we can for you here. Let us ride to the fort and find out the situation.
You'd be willing to do that?
Of course.
But I could send one of my own men.
We could make the journey faster. And if the fort is in danger, you'll want to know it as soon as possible.
You've already done more than I have a right to ask.
Captain, if Little Bear's uprising succeeds, the life of every white man for 200 miles around will be in danger.
I know.
I'll get Tonto at once. Steady, Silver.
You mean you ride now, after being in the saddle all day?
There's no time to waste, Captain.
I can't object. I need your help too badly.
You'll hear from us as soon as possible. Come on, Silver.
The siege of Fort Mason had not been lifted. While ammunition and food ran low, Chief Little Bear's warriors still made a menacing ring around the helpless garrison. Major Carson watched the hostile savages from the stockade and felt there was little hope of rescue.
They outnumber us 3-1, orderly.
Captain Stewart may show up yet, sir.
There's little hope of it. I've sent 3 messengers already. Not one got through alive.
But still there's a chance.
Orderly.
Yes, sir.
The Indians are going to attack again.
It doesn't look like an attack, sir.
What's that?
It's a masked man and Indian.
Something's happened there. Look, Little Bear's braves are after them.
That's not one of the chief's braves with the masked man, Major. He's not in war paint.
Lieutenant! Yes, sir? Those men are trying to reach the fort. Open the gate. Open it, I say.
Do you think they'll make it, sir?
We'll soon see.
Look at those horses they're riding.
I don't know who they are, but I'll be blasted if I'll let them get into Little Bear's hands.
The gate's open.
Good. Fire at those redskins. Drive them back. Get that gate closed again. Close it before those painted devils force their way in.
They're closing it, sir.
This way. Ranger, now that you're inside, I want an explanation. Major, I want food and water for our horses. And then you and I will talk.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. After the Lone Ranger and Tonto had broken through the Indian lines and entered the fort under fire, the Major took the masked man to his quarters.
You say you attempted to go back but couldn't? We were discovered by the Indians, Major, and cut off. We wouldn't have tried to enter the fort if we'd had any choice.
I see.
Our only chance was to reach here.
And now our last chance to get word to Captain Stewart is gone.
I think not, Major.
But I've sent
Now
for
we
you.
can get through the lines after dark.
It's been tried before and failed.
Tried by white men, sir. Tonto probably wouldn't be questioned.
He would fail too.
Then I'll try it.
You misunderstand me. What I mean is this. Someone inside the fort is supplying information to those Indians.
You're sure of that?
I'm not only sure of it, but I strongly suspect one of my officers.
You have evidence?
Not enough, confound it. But I'll stake my life I'm right.
Yes?
I think I can trust you. The man I mean is Lieutenant Price.
Good.
What's that?
You have one sure way of getting a message to the captain.
But I've tried.
Lieutenant Price has sold out Little Bear. His life is safe with the Indians.
Of course, but
Then let him carry the message.
You're mad.
I have a plan I'm sure will work.
I can't send word by the lieutenant. He'd turn the information over to Little Bear at once.
I'm counting on that.
If I tell Captain Stewart to return by way of either Buffalo Pass or the lower trail, the Indians will ambush him.
We'll send the lieutenant first, then Tonto afterwards.
But what good would that do?
If Lieutenant Price is gone when Tonto leaves, there'll be no chance for Price to know that Tonto was following him.
If you're counting on your friend giving the real message to the captain, it's impossible.
Yes?
Captain Stewart would never take the word of an Indian before that of Lieutenant Price.
That isn't my plan.
What you don't
Listen to me.
understand.
I'll explain. And if you agree with my plan, we'll try it.
Major Carson listened to the plan of the masked man and agreed that it had a good chance of success. That evening, he spoke to his orderly.
Orderly.
Yes, sir.
Tell Lieutenant Price I wish to see him.
Very well, sir. I believe he's just outside.
Good.
Lieutenant Price, Major Carson wishes to speak to you, sir. Right.
Come in, Lieutenant. Close the door, orderly, and wait outside.
Yes, sir.
What is it, Major?
You're making the next attempt to reach Captain Stewart, Lieutenant.
Me, sir?
It has to be done. And I think you're the man for the job.
But why
I won't ask the enlisted men to do what their officers refuse.
I'm not refusing, sir. I was only thinking that you had decided a man couldn't get through the Indian lines.
The others failed. I hope you won't.
Yes, sir.
You'll start at once.
Very well.
Come. It's quite dark now, but you'd better be on your way before the moon rises.
And what are my orders, sir?
Captain Stewart has returned with all speed. Tell him to bring his men by way of Buffalo Pass.
Buffalo Pass?
I think that's best. Little Bear will probably expect any reinforcements to come by way of the lower trail.
I see. There was something I wish to ask you, sir.
Yes?
Who is this masked man who came to the fort?
I'm afraid I can't tell you that, Lieutenant. Here we are.
Steady there. Steady. I'm ready, sir.
You understand my orders?
I do, sir.
And you're not afraid?
Of course not, sir.
Very well. The gate is open. Something tells me you'll get through safely.
I feel the same way about it, Major. Get up there. Get up, boy.
I'll close the gate, Major. Yes, do. There. A rotten traitor. If our lives didn't depend upon it, I'd almost wish those Indians would shoot him by mistake.
I understand, sir.
It was right here he lit a match when Sergeant Morton left the fort. I'm convinced Lieutenant Price used that trick to warn Little Bear.
I agree with you. But Tonto's waiting, Major.
Yes. You're sure that he won't be risking his life?
Yes. If he were, I'd prefer to go in his place.
Of course, the lieutenant is gone. There's no one to let Little Bear know Tonto is leaving.
And Tonto can move as silently as any man alive. Come, Major. We'll tell him it's time for him to go.
Lieutenant Price rode away from the fort, and when he drew near the Indian lines, called out softly, identifying himself. A silent Indian stepped forward, and led the officer into the presence of Chief Little Bear.
Chief.
Why you come here?
That fool of a major sent me, Little Bear. I'm to get in touch with Captain Stewart. Things are going our way. A few more days, and I should collect the rest of that 1,000 in gold you promised me.
Maybe soldier hold out plenty long time.
Not much longer. They've got food and ammunition for only about 3 days.
That heap good.
But that isn't the best of it, Little Bear. I'm to tell Stewart to bring his men through Buffalo Pass. Chief, you wait for Stewart at the pass, and you can wipe them out to the last man. Leave just enough of your braves here to make the major believe he's still surrounded.
Chief Little Bear can do.
Fine. I'll go on and give Stewart his orders, and they won't suspect a thing.
Major, him think you crook?
The major? He hasn't any idea that I'm on your side. And if he did, he couldn't prove it. And when I found Stewart, I'll pretend to be ill or something of the sort, so I'll not have to return with him. And then there'll be no danger for me when you attack.
Better you go now.
Right, Little Bear. The sooner I find the captain, the sooner this business will be finished. Here, boy. Don't forget about that 1,000, Chief. I can use it.
Chief Little Bear, never forget.
Good. Get up there, boy. Get up.
Captain Stewart waited anxiously for word from either the masked man or his superior, Major Carson. We see him now, more than a day later, speaking to one of his men.
I can't understand it. The masked man should have been back before this.
Shucks, I wouldn't worry about that feller if I was you, Captain. Him and the Injun can handle themselves all right, I reckon.
We don't dare return to the fort unless we receive word.
Uh-huh. Orders is orders. But sometimes it ain't a bad notion to forget about 'em.
I've been thinking that same thing. But still,
Say, ain't that somebody riding this way now?
Aye. It is.
Looks like he's wearing a uniform, too.
Wait. Isn't that Lieutenant Price?
That's him, all right.
Lieutenant!
Captain Stewart! Oh there. Oh.
You've been riding hard.
I have, sir.
There's bad news.
Chief Little Bear has surrounded the fort. The Major sends orders for you to return as speedily as he can.
The fort's in danger?
It is.
I was scared of that, Captain.
Lieutenant, did you see anything of a masked man and an Indian before you left?
Yes. You know them?
They're unharmed?
Quite.
Then I can't understand why they didn't come back here. There was no need for them to enter the fort once they discovered the situation.
Little Bear had them cut off before they knew it, sir. They had no choice but to ride for the fort.
I'm glad to hear it. I couldn't believe they wouldn't have returned if it was possible.
You'll order your men out?
At once. Sims, tell the bugler to sound assembly.
Sure thing, Captain.
Well, there's one more thing, sir.
Yes?
You're to return through Buffalo Pass. Those are Major Carson's orders also.
But why did he...
He suspects that the Indians may be watching for you by the lower trail.
Very well.
Who's that?
That horse. It's Tonto.
The Indian with the masked man.
That's the one.
But what's he doing here?
We'll soon find out. And in the meantime, we'll be getting started.
At Fort Mason, the Indians had kept up a scattered fire designed to tempt the soldiers into wasting their ammunition. Major Carson, however, had given the command to fire only in case of necessity. The lack of food inside the fort's walls was the greatest problem. The men had been put on half rations, and already they are beginning to feel the pinch of starvation. We see the Major and the Lone Ranger as they ride slowly within the boundaries of the stockade on a tour of inspection.
The men are looking tired, Major. They are. If help doesn't arrive soon...
Don't give up hope, sir.
Captain Stewart should have been here by now.
I didn't look for them this soon.
If reinforcements don't come, it'll prove I've made a serious mistake in judgment.
Yes?
I may have sent Lieutenant Price to his death also.
You're worried only because the strain of waiting has been hard on you. There's little doubt but what Price was a traitor supplying Little Bear with his information.
I suppose so.
The Indians are firing again.
But we won't reply unless it's necessary.
But wait. Oh, Silver.
Over. What is it?
Those shots weren't fired at the fort.
But I thought
They're firing at something beyond that hill.
By heavens, I think you're right. Orderly!
Yes, Major.
Can you see what's beyond that hill?
I'll find out, sir.
It won't be necessary, Major. Listen, cavalry, Captain Stewart.
It is Captain Stewart, sir.
Major, we should leave the fort and attack.
Attack?
There's no better time. While Captain Stewart engages them from the other side, we'll attack from this.
It might work.
We'll give them no time to resist.
Orderly, tell the men to mount. I want them assembled here ready to charge in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
We're going to strike and strike hard.
The men were assembled, given their orders, and told of the plan of attack. Meanwhile, the sound of battle outside increased as Captain Stewart led his men forward. Major Carson shouted a command. The gates were thrown open. With the masked man heading the charge, the troopers raced forward.
Forward, men! Come on,
Attacked from both sides, the Indians fell back in confusion. With the most of the braves absent at Buffalo Pass, the remainder could put up little opposition. At the end of 20 minutes of hard fighting, the Indians began to throw down their arms.
They're surrendering, Major! Cease firing! Cease firing! Cease firing!
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy! Oh, Senator! Major, you can easily capture the rest of the tribe. They're at Buffalo Pass waiting for Captain Stewart.
They'll not expect you. Right. Captain Stewart!
We got here in time, Major.
You did, Captain, thanks to the masked man.
You followed the Major's instructions, Captain?
Exactly. Lieutenant Price still doesn't know why I disobeyed the orders he gave me.
He's coming now.
He's going to report me to you, Major, for insubordination.
Oh, the boy. Oh. Major, Captain Stewart absolutely refused to come by way of Buffalo Pass as you ordered.
One moment, Lieutenant. Those weren't my orders. And you're under arrest.
Arrest? You can't do that to me.
But I can. You were the only messenger, aside from Tonto, who got through Little Bear's lines. And only through you could Little Bear have received the information that took him to Buffalo Pass.
No.
Lieutenant, I gave you verbal orders for Captain Stewart. But you didn't know that I had written other orders for the captain, which the masked man concealed in the flap of your saddle.
You what?
Is that where you found them, Captain?
When Tonto arrived, he told me where to look. I sent the lieutenant on an errand and took the letter while he was gone.
Lieutenant, you tried to sell us out. But the masked man tricked you into carrying the orders yourself that spoiled your scheme.
It isn't true. It isn't.
That's something we'll find out soon enough. We're attacking Little Bear at Buffalo Pass. And, Lieutenant, when Little Bear learns that it was you who brought Captain Stewart by the lower trail, I think he'll tell us all we need to know.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Crow Valley! Someone's waiting for us! Hi-yo,
Thank you for watching Golden Age Radio. We post all new episodes every day. rumble.com/C/GAR.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
This week is filled with happy surprises for all radio listeners, for it marks the return to the air for the fall season of 5 of your favorite NBC radio programs. Tuesday evening, the Cavalcade of America will once again recreate the interesting stories from our nation's history. Stars of Hollywood and Broadway will portray historical roles each week on Cavalcade of America, and Tuesday's star will be lovely Joan Caulfield. Wednesday evening, the big story returns to bring you the adventure and thrilling experiences behind the headlines in America's newspapers. And Thursday marks the return of 2 fine programs. First, it's the Roy Rogers Show featuring new adventures in the wild and woolly West. Later Thursday, it's Father Knows Best, back on NBC with Robert Young in the title role. And Friday, your hit parade returns with the top music of the land as played and sung by Guy Lombardo and his orchestra. So for the finest in entertainment all week long, remember to hear these wonderful shows. Now, today's Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called 3 Victims.
It is 5:30 on a Saturday afternoon in August 1935. 18 miles south of the town of Horton, in a hilly section of Texas, a young couple on horseback ride through the brush toward the crest of a long, sloping ridge.
How's the path up ahead, honey?
Yeah, I didn't think we'd ever make it.
Oh, not tired, are you?
Well, maybe a little.
Well, how about one more race, huh? Say down the road and across the field over the creek.
Oh, I've had enough racing today, Tim. Besides, you cheated on the last one.
Cheated? That's a fine thing to say.
It's true. I'd have won easy if you hadn't cheated and gone through those cottonwoods.
Oh, you know that shortcut just as well as I do.
Well, I forgot about it, and it wasn't fair for you to remember. Let's stop a second, Tim. It's such a pretty view from here.
Okay, honey.
Oh, boy. Oh, this is the nicest time of day.
Yeah?
Sun makes those hills look just like a painting. Remember how we used to ride out here Saturday afternoons before we were married?
Yeah. And I also remember when I had to work Saturdays, you'd ride out here with Ernie Johnson.
Oh, you're not still jealous of Ernie, are you, Tim?
Me? Of course not.
Yes, you are. Tim.
What?
Fella running across that field down there.
Huh? Where? Oh, yeah. He sure is making tracks.
Isn't that the colored fella who works for you every now and then?
I believe it is. Ah, sure, that's Joe.
Looks like he's running away from something.
Don't see anybody after.
Maybe something's happened down on the road.
We better go see. Come on, honey. No, not that way. We'll cut straight down this bank. It's quicker.
All right.
All right, easy.
Come on, boy.
Easy, boy.
Come on.
How you making it, honey?
I'm just fine. Car parked on the side of the road down there.
Yeah. Hey, those two people lying on the ground next to it looks like they're hurt.
Oh.
Come on.
Get up there.
Come on now.
Come on. But they're lying so still, you think?
I don't know. Hurry up.
Tim.
What?
Fella coming down the bank toward the car. He's hurt, too.
Well, he's weaving. I don't think he's going to make
He's
it.
falling. Oh, Tim, look at all the blood on his sleeve.
Yeah, whoa, boy.
Oh, boy. Oh, he's just a kid. He can't be more than 19 or 20.
He's still moving.
Look at his eyes. I don't think he even sees us.
All right, come on, fella. We got to get you to a doctor. No. Come on, fella. Let me help you over the car.
Don't touch me.
Come on, now, give me a hand here.
All right. Mama.
Easy.
Papa.
All right, you're going to be okay, fella. You're going to be okay.
He shot him. Tim, you reckon it could have been Joe that did it?
Maybe, I don't know. He sure churned up dust getting out of here. What happened, fella? He robbed?
Yeah, he robbed us. He shot Mama and Papa. He shot me. I ran up the hill.
All right. Now, don't you worry. We'll get you into town right away.
Tim, the man and woman over there, and all that blood, I can't go any closer.
All right, honey. You stay here with him. We'll see if I can help you.
Oh, Mama. Papa. Oh, don't. Please don't. Oh, I wish there was something I could... I never did anything bad to anybody. Why did he have to shoot him? Why?
Honey, you better ride over the Thompson place quick as you can. Call the sheriff. I'll have to take this fellow to the hospital in his car.
His mother and father, they hurt bad.
They're dead.
They're dead. They're dead.
When the sheriff was notified of the crime, he sent his deputies to the scene of the shooting and requested assistance from Texas Rangers. Then he drove to the hospital to talk to the injured boy. The young man identified himself as Henry Ellman, but was in no condition to give the sheriff a detailed account of the killings. In the meantime, Ranger Jace Pearson arrived at the spot where the bodies were found and began questioning Alice Duncan, who had returned after calling the sheriff.
Where was the boy when you first saw him, Mrs. Duncan?
He was up this hill about halfway between here and the brush.
But he was on his way back toward the road.
That's right. Oh, it must have been awful for him, seeing his folks get shot and having to run away to keep from being killed himself.
Looks like he was shot at even after he ran away.
How do you know that?
When I was up there, I saw some bullet holes in the trees. You or your husband hear any shots before you got here?
No. First we knew anything was wrong was when we saw the colored fella running across the field.
You're sure he was coming from this direction?
Oh, yes. Right from where the car was.
You know his name?
His first name's Joe, but I don't know his last. I'm sure my husband does, though. Joe works for him sometimes.
I think that'll be all for the time being, Miss Duncan. Thanks.
If it's all right, Ranger, I reckon I'll wait for my husband and ride home with him.
What's the matter, ma'am?
Nothing. I feel kind of...
You're a little pale. Better sit down over here on this rock.
Oh, thanks. I guess I am feeling a little sick. All of a sudden, when I looked at those bodies again, It's funny, I didn't feel this way till now.
It's the reaction. Sometimes it takes a while to hit you. I got some water in a canteen in my car. Would you like some?
I'll be all right. As soon as I sit for a minute. Oh, that poor boy. The way he looked when he found out his folks were dead. His eyes. That awful cry.
You don't have to talk about it anymore now, ma'am.
No.
Sheriff's car's coming. Maybe he's got your husband with him. Excuse me a minute.
I'm feeling shakier than I thought.
Howdy, Jace.
Hello, Sheriff.
This is Tim Duncan.
Well, howdy, Ranger.
I think you better look after your wife, Mr. Duncan. She isn't feeling too well.
Oh, well, then I'll take her right home.
She doesn't want to ride the horseback. I'll have my deputy take her home in the car, Tim.
All right, thanks, Sheriff.
JP's on his way out, Jace.
Did you talk to the boy in the hospital?
I tried. Found out his name was Henry Ellman. Only thing I could get out of him was the man who robbed him was a Negro.
Young Elman was really in a state. The doc finally had to give him a hypodermic.
Who's that in your car?
Well, it could be our man, Jace.
That the fellow the Duncans were talking about?
Yeah, Joe Cartwright. Tim knew where he lived, so I picked him up at his house on the way out here.
Did you talk to him?
A little bit. He sure tells a phony story. Personally, I think he's in this thing up to his ears.
Well, let's get him into town. We'll find out what he knows. The sheriff took Joe Cartwright ahead in his car, and I followed. On the way into town, I radioed for a lab man to check over the scene of the shooting. Joe was fingerprinted and photographed. 20 minutes later, the sheriff brought him into the office.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, sir.
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Ranger Pearson wants to ask you some questions.
Please, Mr. Sheriff, I got a headache. I got it real bad.
Where were you between 5 and 6 this afternoon, Joe?
I reckon I was home, sir.
Now, wait a minute. You told me before you were at the car where the people were killed.
Please, my head aches. My back, too. I can't think. I'm so tired.
Were you at the car, Joe?
Yes, sir. Reckon I was.
Did you kill Mr. and Mrs. Elman?
No, sir. I didn't kill nobody.
How'd you happen to be at the car?
Well, sir, I was walking along this road, and I hear shooting. I run to see what it was, and when I got to the car, I seen 2 people laying on the ground. Looked like they're dead.
Tell the ranger what you did then.
Well, I wanted to call the police, so I run across the field to Mr. Smith's house. That's about 3 miles from the car. I know Mr. Smith, he got a phone.
Did you call?
No, sir. Mr. Smith, he went home.
What'd you do then?
I started running some more, down toward the store near where my house is. I know that is the next phone.
But you never did phone, did you, Joe?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I was cutting across the field, and when I got almost down to the road, I hear sirens making a big noise and a couple of cars coming along fast. So I know somebody done already called the police.
Then you went back to your house and didn't bother any more about it. That right, Joe?
Yes, sir. I had to feed my hog.
I don't think you're telling us the truth.
I am telling the truth, Mr. Sheriff. I didn't kill nobody.
See your sleeve a second, Joe.
My sleeve?
Uh-huh. You know what this spot is on the corner of your cuff?
No, sir.
It's dried blood. How did it get there?
I don't know, sir. Maybe when I bent over them people to see if they was dead, I might have touched some of the blood.
And you might have got it on you when you killed them.
I didn't kill them, I tell you. Ain't nobody can say I did.
Could be you change your story when their boy gets a look at you.
Their boy?
Yeah. He wasn't killed. And he'll be able to identify the man who shot his parents.
Mr. Ranger, please. I don't know what this is all about, and my head's hurting bad. Let me get some sleep, please.
Sheriff, can you arrange a special lineup for tomorrow morning?
I reckon so.
Henry Elman should be able to come over by then. Joe, you anything else to tell us?
No, sir.
Think it over. We'll talk to you again in the morning. Early the following morning, we questioned Joe again. He still denied he had anything to do with the robbery and double murder. At 7 o'clock, I called the hospital. The doctor said Henry Elman was awake and would be able to leave the hospital in 30 minutes. I asked the sheriff to prepare for the lineup. Then I left for the hospital. It was only 3 blocks from the sheriff's office, but I took my car to save Henry the walk. I waited for him in a reception room. He was a slightly built boy of 20. His left arm was in a sling, and his face was pale and drawn from the strain he'd been through the day before.
Ranger Pearson?
That's right. How you feeling today?
Oh, a little better, I think. The doctor said the bullet went through the fleshy part of my arm. He said I'd only have to wear the sling for a few days.
That's fine.
The doctor said you thought you had the man who held us up.
We're not sure. We'd like you to make an identification.
Well, I'm not real certain I can identify him.
You must have gotten a pretty good look at him.
Well, yes, I did. But everything happened so fast, I'm not sure I'd know him.
I'll just do the best you can. Well, we better get going.
Will there be a lot of men to pick from?
6 or 7. We always like to have at least that many when we use the lineup for identification.
Oh.
You go ahead.
Thanks. I'm not sure I can walk all the way over to the jail.
My car's right out here.
Oh, thanks, Ranger. That's nice of you.
Henry, I hate to bother you with a lot of questions, but it's important that we know exactly what happened yesterday. You're the only one who can tell us.
I've tried not to think about it. When I think about it, I get an awful feeling inside.
Yeah, we can wait a little while before we ask you anything. The lineup will be enough for one morning.
No. Maybe it'd be better if I talk about it. I gotta talk about it sometime.
Now, here's the car.
You get in first, Ranger.
All right. You make it all right?
Yeah, I can make it. I've never been in a police car before. It's interesting. What was it you wanted to know?
Anything you can remember about yesterday.
Well, I came home yesterday from my job in the oil fields. I work in a place about 50 miles from here. I thought Papa and Mama looked tired, so I suggested we take a ride out in the country. We had a fine time. Papa and Mama were laughing.
We can talk about it later if you want.
No, I wanted to show Pop and Mom an old Indian grindstone, so we stopped. We walked up the hill a little way, but it wasn't there.
I know the one you mean. It's about a mile from the place where your car was. Kind of tough to find if you don't know exactly where it is.
Well, I hadn't been out there in 3 or 4 years.
When did you and your parents first see the man? When you came back to the car?
Well, yes, he must have been hiding behind it. He jumped out, waved a gun at us.
Do you have any idea what kind of a gun it was, Henry?
No. Is that important?
Yeah, but don't worry about it. Our lab man will be able to tell as soon as he digs some of those slugs out of the trees.
Oh. Well, the man took all our money, and then Papa. He always had a bad temper. Papa started a fight with him.
Is that when he started shooting?
Yeah, he shot Papa first, and then Mama. I tried to stop him, and he shot me in the arm. I got scared and ran. Well, maybe I should have stayed and fought with him,
You did the sensible thing. Here we are.
I'm sorry you had to go to all the trouble of using your car just for a few blocks.
It wasn't any trouble. Did this man shoot at you all the time you ran?
Yeah, some of the bullets came real close. I ran up to the brush and hid.
How far into the brush did you go?
Oh, just into the edge of it. It had to come after me. I would have run further. But he just shot up the hill at me. Then I saw him run away.
Uh-huh.
I sure hope you've got the man, Ranger. It can't bring Papa and Mama back. But I think the man who did it should be punished.
He will be. Go on in, Henry.
There's nobody in here. I
This
thought
is just the room where you wait. I have them to line up in front of the holdover cell. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
All set for the lineup, Sheriff?
All ready, Jace. All right, you fellas. On out. You want it?
I'll get Henry.
Hurry up, you fellas. Form a straight line. That's it.
All right, Henry.
I'm feeling a little nervous.
You'll be okay.
Now, hands at your sides. No talking. Look straight ahead.
It's far enough, Henry. Now take a good look at these men. Any of them the man who robbed you?
That big man, the second from the end, could I hear him talk?
Step out, Joe. What's your full name?
Joe Cartwright, sir.
Where do you live, Joe?
Farm Road 102.
Ranger, he's the one. He's the one.
Take it easy, Henry.
He killed Papa and Mama. He killed them!
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Have you ever left home, locked the door behind you, and had the uneasy feeling that you left a burning cigarette behind? Better go back and check next time, because every 20 seconds, a fire breaks out in the United States through carelessness. These fires kill 11,000 persons each year, disfigure for life or severely burn thousands more, and destroy $7 million worth of property. Protect your home from fire by following these simple safety precautions. Don't smoke in bed or throw away lighted cigarettes. Clean out closets, attics, basements, any place where old newspapers, magazines, and inflammable materials are liable to accumulate. Repair defective electric equipment and replace worn or frayed wiring. Use cleaning fluids that won't burn, and be careful with matches. Keep them out of the reach of children. Fires in the home, your home, can and must be prevented. Remember, don't gamble with fire. The odds are against you. And now, the second act of today's Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, 3 Victims.
It took nearly an hour after the lineup to calm Henry Elman down enough to get his full statement. The lab man picked up a copy of it and took it with him to Austin. Henry told us his aunt was arriving from out of town. He wanted to help her with the funeral arrangements, so we sent him home with one of the deputies. Then we brought Joe Cartwright in for further questioning. After 4 hours, we were getting nowhere. Joe, you'd make it a lot easier for everybody if you just told us the truth.
I am telling the truth. I've been telling the truth all along. I didn't kill nobody.
How can you say that after Henry Elman identified you as the one who killed his parents?
Because he's the one that ain't telling the truth.
Where'd you put the money you took from those people, Joe?
I never took no money.
How about the gun? Did you hide that the same place you put the money?
Mr. Sheriff, Mr. Ranger, you gotta believe me. I didn't steal no money, and I didn't kill nobody. I swear I didn't.
All right, Joe. I'm not going to force you to talk if you don't want to.
If I knowed anything else about this, I'd tell you. But there ain't nothing more I can say.
I'll get it. Ranger Pearson.
Glad I caught you, Chase. This is Johnny Mitchell from the lab. I'm calling from a country store out near where those killings took place.
I thought you were in Austin.
I was till about an hour
How come?
There's something funny here, Jay. Something real funny. Can you come out?
Sheriff and I will both be out. See you in 20 minutes. When we reached the place where the Elmans had been killed, we spotted Mitch halfway up the hill. We climbed the path. Mitch stood at the edge of the clearing looking into the brush. He turned around as we approached him.
Jay, this thing beats me. I can't figure it out.
What's on your mind, Mitch?
Well, according to Henry Elman's statement, he came up this hill and hid in the brush. Must have been just about where we're standing.
That's right.
He also said the killer was shooting up the hill at him.
Reckon he was. There are bullet holes in the trees all the way up the hill.
6 of them. 5 on the way up and 1 in that tree further up behind this brush. Bullets all came from a Smith & Wesson 38.
What are you getting at?
Well, take a look down at the road. How far would you say it was from there to this brush up here?
Maybe 60 feet.
63 to be exact. I measured it. Now turn around and look up the hill. See that tree behind the brush?
Uh-huh.
It's 20 feet further up the hill from where we're standing. Now, one of the bullets hit it. I measured the distance the bullet went into the tree, 2.5 inches.
I'm sorry, Mitch, but this don't make much sense to me.
Maybe it will in a minute. Jace, here's a Smith & Wesson 38. Brought it back from Austin. You mind shooting a slug into that tree?
Any special place you want me to stand?
Right here at the edge of the brush.
What now?
You and the sheriff come with me. I want to show you something.
I wish I knew what you were getting at.
Henry Elman said the killer fired at him from the road. Like I told you, the bullet I found in the tree went in 2.5 inches. Here's a hole made by your bullet, Jace. Measure how far it went into the tree, will you? Here's this.
2.5 inches.
See what I mean?
This sure puts a different light on things.
Oh, gee.
It means that the bullet Mitch first found in this tree had to be fired from the same place as I just fired.
But that would have been right at the place where Henry said he was hiding.
Yeah, and if the killer was that close to Henry, he wouldn't have left him alive.
You mean Henry's been lying?
Beginning to look that way.
But why?
Something we'll have to find out from Henry himself.
That must be the Elman place up ahead on the right, Jace, the one with the wreath on the door. I've been thinking about it. If Henry was lying, there's only one answer I can see. He's the one who killed his parents.
We can't be sure of that yet, but he's going to have a lot of explaining to do.
Well, there's only one thing that bothers me. Henry was wounded, too.
Just in the arm. Wouldn't be the first time somebody shot himself trying to cover up a crime.
The whole thing's unbelievable, though. What could ever make a boy hate his folks enough to shoot him down in cold blood?
If Henry did do it, we're dealing with a psychopath, and a clever one. It's not going to be easy to get the proof we need.
Yes. Oh, what can I do for you, Ranger?
We'd like to see Henry Elman.
Henry's down at the undertaking parlor, I think. I'm his aunt. Can I help you?
You expect Henry home soon?
He said he'd be back at 5 o'clock. It's almost that now.
Could we talk to you, ma'am, alone?
Why, certainly. Come in. Oh, we've had so many people in all day. Everybody feels so sorry for Henry. Poor boy. Let's see. I think we can talk in the kitchen.
Yes.
I'm afraid you'll find things a mess out here. People have been coming in since morning. Haven't had a chance to even do the breakfast dishes.
That's all right, ma'am. We'd like to ask you some questions about Henry.
Is something wrong?
Just routine. Nature of this case means we have to check every possible angle.
Oh, of course. I still haven't gotten over the shock. Feel like I'm walking around in a bad dream. What did you want to ask about Henry?
Have you known the boy all his life?
Only since he was 6. That's when my sister and her husband adopted him.
Did he get along well with his parents?
As far as I know, I suppose they had the usual family squabbles.
Did Henry always have all the money he needed?
Well, if anything, I'd say Will and my sister spoiled him. He always had plenty of spending money.
Uh-huh. Not counting the strain he's been under the past couple days, does he get upset very often?
Well, I'm not around him too much, but I do know once he tried to commit suicide.
When was this?
About 3 years ago. The family was visiting me in San Antone. Henry shut himself in the garage and started the car. We just found him in time. They said it was an accident, but I never believed it.
Do you know if he's been depressed about anything since then?
Well, he's been pretty disturbed about not finishing school.
Why didn't he finish?
He went to the university for a couple of years, but he wasn't a very good student. The dean persuaded Will and my sister to take him out.
How long ago was this?
About a year ago. Henry wasn't at all happy about it. And I don't think he liked the job his father got for him in the oil field. Matter of fact, I heard him phone his boss this morning and tell him he was quitting.
Uh-huh.
Ranger, if there's something wrong, I think I've got a right to know what it is.
Yes, ma'am, you have, but
Doris, they told me that... Oh.
Hello, Henry.
Hello, Ranger. Sheriff. Nice of you to stop by.
We want to ask you a few more questions, Henry.
About Mom and Papa? What happened yesterday?
That's right.
Well, I don't see what more you have to ask me. They got the man who did it.
Maybe so, but we'd like to have you come along with us anyhow.
Well, I'm kind of busy now. The funeral's tomorrow, you know. I could talk to you later tonight, but it'll be better after the funeral.
Henry, if the ranger wants you to go with
I haven't got time, Aunt Doris. Ranger, why don't you come back tomorrow night? Then I'll have plenty of time to answer all your questions.
I think you better come along with us, Henry. Now. We put Henry in the car and drove out toward the place where his parents had been killed. When we reached the edge of town, I could see him getting nervous, but he said nothing until we began to drive along Farm Road 102.
You wanted to ask me questions, Ranger. Well, why don't you go ahead and ask them? Well, why don't you ask me? Look, I know where you're taking me. You're taking me out to the place where Mom and Papa were killed, aren't you? Well, aren't you?
Now, you just take it easy, Henry.
It's not fair to bring me out here. I'm not well. I can't stand a lot of strain. It's just not fair.
All right, Henry. Get out.
What for?
We want you to show us something.
What?
Get out of the car, Henry.
Well, you've got no right to bring me out here, Ranger.
It's the spot where your car was parked yesterday, isn't it?
I've told you all I know. You've got the murderer. Why do you keep asking me questions?
Where'd you run when the man chased you?
Why do you call him the man? You know his name. It's that Joe fella. I pointed him out to you, and those other people saw him, too.
The ranger asked you a question, Henry. Where'd you run?
I told you that, up this hill.
Show us just where you ran.
I don't know why I have to do this.
Come on, show us, Henry.
All right. It was this way. Over here, toward this path.
Was he shooting at you all the time?
I told you he wasn't. He only started to shoot after I ran up the hill.
Up this path?
You know that.
Come on, Henry. I'll help you.
You take your hands off me. That's my sore arm. I was shot there. The man who killed Mom and Papa shot me, too.
I believe you're right about that.
Well, of course I'm right.
Come on. You're sure he didn't come up the hill after you?
Why do you ask that?
Just answer the question.
I've already told you. He stayed down on the road and shot at me up the hill.
Uh-huh. Henry, your mother and father took you out of school last year, didn't they?
Yeah. My father wanted me to work. I shouldn't have left school. I owe it to the world to finish my education.
What were you studying?
Physics. Everybody in the university admired me. The professors said that I'd be the world's most brilliant scientist someday. Why are we stopping here?
This was as far as you went, wasn't it? You hid at the edge of the brush there.
That's right.
You see how you were able to pick Joe out of the lineup.
What do you mean?
You had a clear view of the road from here.
I saw him closer than that, when he shot Mom and Papa. And when he put that bullet through my arm.
He never shot your parents, Henry.
What are you talking about? I saw him
No,
do it.
you didn't. Our lab proved that the bullet he found in the tree up there had to be shot from where we're standing right now.
What's that mean?
That nobody shot at you. That you stood here and shot into that tree yourself.
I don't know what you're doing.
You killed your parents, Henry, now didn't you? Didn't you, Henry?
Yeah. I killed them. I had to do it. They took me out of school. I had to do it.
Where'd you put the gun and money?
I buried them. Past that big rock.
Take a look, Sheriff.
Sure, Jay.
I killed them. They should have known I had to go to school. Why did they take me out?
Let's go.
I had to kill them. For a long time now. I hated them. I hated them.
Come on, Henry.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Here at NBC, we're all excited about the 5 great programs which return from their summer vacations this week. And we know that all radio listeners will be happy that many of their favorite shows will once again be a regular part of our program lineup. Listen to this list of top entertainment. The Cavalcade of America, Big Story, The Roy Rogers Show, Father Knows Best, and Your Hit Parade. Tuesday, Joan Caulfield will star in the Cavalcade of America dramatization of The Patriot with Chestnut Curls. Wednesday's Big Story broadcast comes directly from the front pages of the Detroit Free Press and is a story which will touch your heartstrings. Thursday evening, Roy Rogers will tell the story that happened when Trigger shoots the works. And Robert Young returns to the Anderson household to find that, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home when Father knows best. And Friday evening, Guy Lombardo and his orchestra will play and sing America's favorite popular music on Your Hit Parade. Make a note to hear all of these popular programs on NBC. Now, the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are are the results of the case you have just heard.
Joe Cartwright was immediately released from jail. Henry Ellman made a full confession to the murder of his parents. On November 21st, 1935, he was given a sanity trial in the county court. A 6-man jury declared him legally insane. Henry Ellman was committed to a state mental institution.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Bert Holland, Ken Christie, Ernie Newton, and Roy Glenn. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Tales of the Texas Rangers is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tonight, hear the Hollywood Bowl concert on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.